Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway for the 2025 edition of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. It is the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Edwin Pardue, and we've got Spencer Gaynor sitting right over my shoulder here. He is your director today. Good morning, Edwin. How are you doing today?
Good morning. Good morning. And boy, whoever picked the weekend weather, it is absolutely ideal. So many times we come to the racetrack and when announcers have nothing else to talk about, they talk about impending weather. Well, we don't have that as a fill this weekend because the weather will be absolutely perfect. Chilly mornings, sunny days. Should be a great weekend to spend at the racetrack.
Indeed, Edwin, it will. But before we get underway, and we're going to talk about what's coming up here on the broadcast today as well as all weekend long, I'd like to first ask everybody here at Summit Point Raceway if you would please stand and face our flag, remove your hats if you're wearing them, and help me honor our country with the national anthem. All right, thank you so much, everybody. And you said it, Edwin, the weather here is absolutely glorious today. To let everybody know who's watching us on YouTube right now, I want to thank all of you for joining us. It's going to be a few minutes before we get our racing underway. Have a little bit of cleanup to do around the track after our last qualifying session of the morning. But we've got a ton coming up for you. But first, let's take a look, Edwin, if you don't mind, at a track that you know incredibly well. Here it is, beautiful Summit Point Raceway. 10 turns, 2 miles, built into the land, steeped in history, just that quintessential club racing track.
Yeah, we talk all the time about the natural terrain road courses. What a great example here of the fall and the rise, elevation change, even the radius of some of the corners, determined not by somebody on a CAD cam designing it, right, but literally a couple guys back in the late 60s out on the earth mover, and when they got to a big rock, they go, too big to blow up, let's turn right.
Let's go around it. Exactly.
And that's how the basic design came up. A lot of people, if you look down there, when the track was originally built, you look at the bottom of the screen, you see 5, 6, and 7. Turn 6 didn't exist. It actually went from 5 straight to 7.
A matter of fact, nowadays you could see it because it's whenever people can't stop in time for turn 5, how they end up continuing, but there's actually a little line that's drawn across from turn 5 all the way over to turn 7.
And that little line was again, just now for people driving through, but that was the first, I want to say about 18 months of the track, and then they added that piece later. But everything else is just as it was when it first was built in the late 1960s.
Yes, indeed. And this track has grown so much in that time. Safety has been increased here immensely. It is a very safe track to drive on. And as we see so often, and we get raves from people that come to Summit Point for the very first time, there is such great flow to this layout, and it is a very raceable layout with a number of different passing opportunities and something that really challenges almost every type of race car.
Well, and I think raceable is a good word just because of multiple passing opportunities here. You know, there's some tracks where you're like, okay, there's 2 places on the whole place you can pass. Multiple opportunities here that you can set someone up and make the pass, which means, especially when you get into some of these spec series like we're going to see to begin with, you'll see multiple passes in a single lap just because of the multiple passing zones and, of course, how close these cars are together.
Exactly, and all of that allows them to keep their momentum moving and going. So as we're still waiting for our first race of the day to get underway, and Spencer here has been giving you some very good views around our 10-turn course. We've got 10 different cameras out around this 2-mile road course. Let's, Spencer, take a look at the schedule, because this is a very special weekend for us here with the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular, the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, pardon me, a 3-day event versus 2 days, and a very big charitable weekend for the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Where we're going to be raising money for a new recipient this year. It is the Operation No Person Left Behind Outdoors. We're going to have a number of events going on throughout the weekend to support them. If you want to find out about NPLB Outdoors, you can go to nplboutdoors.org. But as you see here, Edwin, we're going to be starting off today's races, and let me make sure that I've got this right, that we do have, and I'm actually showing, and I think there's been a bit of a change in the schedule. I had listed that these were 13-lap races. They are actually scheduled to be 15-lap races today, so congratulations, everybody. You get 2 bonus laps. We're going to have 2 races before lunch, and then we are going to have our remaining 6 races after lunch. And again, a lot of charitable activities throughout the day. We're going to have a little bit longer lunch break than normal here, because we're going to have the great folks from Summit Point Training School going to be giving 007 thrill rides out on the course here for participants. And if you want to sign up for that, you can go to Charity Central, located over by the track store, and sign up for that. We are also going to have exotic car rides during lunch as well. So plan about an hour and a half for lunch, whereas it'll be an hour for each of the remaining days here. But a great weekend of racing, a lot of time on track for our participants.
I was about to say, if you look at that schedule and you add the bonus day on Monday, you are spending a lot of time on track. And that makes today so important, because this is probably the worst weekend to have a short weekend, because there's so much racing ahead, and there's always that balance of going out there racing hard, but you're also looking at a long weekend. And just, this is one of those weekends when if you're loading the car up on noon on Saturday, you got your head kind of hung down low and not feeling too good about it. So we'll watch these guys as the competition will ramp up throughout the weekend. And we start with a good one. So Spec Miata's coming up in a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got both a lot of Miata racing, one to start the day off, and our first race after lunch is the always popular SSM race as well. And now we are getting down towards the very end of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series schedule, Edwin. And as we've got just one more event after the Labor Day Spectacular in early October. So a lot of the points chases now starting to come into focus, and we'll talk about those a little bit as we get underway
and
with some of the races.
Yeah, a big 3-day weekend can be a big swing in that point. So race hard, but race smart.
Hey, want to welcome our good friend Brian Donati, who's checking in right now from an event at the National Park of Speed at Road America. He passes along, I'm sure he'll put it in the chat, but passes along his wishes to all of our racers here this weekend, as well as those of you from home that he could not be here this weekend. But I think we're in very good stead here with Edwin, who joined. You were here with us in June,
earlier in the year. Yeah, we'll
exactly.
try to make Mr. Donati proud as he's He's working elsewhere this weekend, so you guys stay busy. You look at your schedule; you guys are all over the place throughout the summer.
Yeah, we are. So again, we're still waiting. Looks like as Spencer has shown us some of the vehicles supplied by Summit Point Raceway and Summit Point Motorsports Park, doing some cleanup after that last qualifying session. Hopefully, we'll be able to get underway here in just a few moments.
Should be close. I saw some of the support vehicles come back into the paddock area, so should be closing in on a roll-off here in just a moment.
All right, very good.
They may still be working a little bit down in 9, I believe, is where the last of the cleanup was occurring. So.
All right, so yeah, and we saw that one vehicle making the U-turn. I thought maybe coming back this way, and we'll get word from race control here in just a few moments as we get ready. Haven't seen the pace car stage up yet, but this is going to be a very large group. Spec Miata, I think we've got 22, 23 cars strong, and we've got a number of racers that we're seeing for the very first time this weekend. I'll talk about a few right now. Benjamin Forster, coming to us from New Bern, North Carolina, where apparently it was very hot and humid in the Outer Banks of North Carolina just a couple days ago. This is going to be Beans' very first race weekend. I've had the honor of calling a number of his online races on the iRacing platform, where he is a driver and a coach for a company called Full Send Sims. And this is, again, he got his competition license about a year ago down at Sebring, but this is his first sprint race weekend, and has decided to come spend the weekend here with us, as the whole family, has his wife and 3 kids, up here with us. So glad to see him and welcome him, as well as a number of returning racers as well.
Well, that weekend totally changes when you're out here for an HPDE type weekend. Yes, I mean, you're pushing the car, you're sending it, you're pushing your limits, you're learning about your car. When you come back out and it's a race weekend, it's got a whole different feel to it, because in that situation, you're just concerned with yourself and your performance. Now you're concerned with everybody around you. So.
Indeed. And so, we've seen him in very close quarters in the online world, on the iRacing platform. This is where he's raced. He's put in many, many laps at Summit Point, albeit a virtual one, and albeit, I think, Summit Point circa 2007 or 2008. I think, as he probably found out in qualifying this morning, there have been some subtle changes to the track surface and minor changes to the layout of corners since 2007.
Yeah, it's been a while since the track was scanned, and it's been a while. And again, there's been a repave since then, and then just the natural feel for the track. And also, as the asphalt begins to cure through the years, it takes on some different characteristics as well. So a track will change as it goes through. Not that they're making any major changes, but just, again, as the asphalt cures and a few other nuances change, maybe a little bit of different runoff, maybe there's some different rumble strips and all that.
Okay, I think the cambering is a little bit different in turn 3. There have been definitely some changes over the years. And we'll see here. Again, he's going to have some challenges. I think we're seeing here, for the first time in a very long time, Chung Lee out of Douglasville, Pennsylvania. Shauna Lamena coming back and racing with us. I think she was here to support her father in July, but Shauna with a very big life event earlier this year, having her first child, and getting back behind the wheel of her Spec Miata. I think she raced at New Jersey Motorsports Park a couple of weeks ago, but she's out here joining us for the first time behind the wheel, racing in anger at Summit Point.
Well, and the fun thing about a club racing weekend is when you'll see multiple of the same last name. Right. Father, son, father, daughter, brothers, cousins, because it does become a family affair. And in multiple races, you'll see multiple last names. So that makes it a fun weekend. Family comes out, you race together. You can't do a better weekend than that. Well, just listening now to race control to see if they've got the track cleared up. And I think we are close.
All right. We actually had a couple of areas around the track that need to be cleaned up, and this sounds like a little bit of tire wall repair still being undertaken over at turn 9, coming up the hill towards the I think it's still the Toyota Bridge for at least a while longer.
It's probably just out of your view here to the right of the screen. There's some nice runoff there, but there is a couple tire walls that'll catch the drivers on the far right of the screen. That's where you're probably working.
And this is where, unfortunately, having static cameras does us a little bit of a disservice. But hey, it's club racing, folks.
I'll tell you one thing: if you're watching around the country and not in the area, you'll notice here we are, August, and a little bit brown around here. It's been very dry this summer, and this time of the year, normally it's a little greener in this area, but it's been a very dry summer. So the other thing you watch for is somebody kicking something off into the grass and a good old grass.
Dirt and
a good old grass fires as well. So those are always fun. But yeah, it's been very dry in this part of the country, especially in the last 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, when we were here in July, now I guess almost 6 weeks ago, we had probably one of the biggest storms here that we've had in a very long time, and quite a bit of flooding. But since then, as you said, it has been very dry, but still a lot of color here. And I'm wondering if the cooler temperatures this weekend, Edwin, might start maybe the change in colors in the trees and the leaves and what have you. But it still, once you look up at all the great tree cover around this track, it is so lush.
It is not far off, that is for sure. So I'm still trying to look down there and see if the pace car is making a move yet, but not
yet.
So.
All right. So, again, want to thank you all for joining us here today, and we will be getting underway momentarily. If you're watching us at home or wherever you may be, if you want to jump into the chat here in YouTube, of course, it helps us for engagement. And if you haven't already, give us a big thumbs up. We would really appreciate it. The more you do to help engage with us, the more people, as they check in over the course of the weekend, even just bringing up YouTube, they'll see that we got that stream going. And once we get the racing underway, I think you're going to really enjoy what is going on here around track.
Yeah, we start, like I say, with a good one here. So, all right, let's go ahead. You want to go ahead and let's give a starting lineup?
Yeah, might as well. I mean, we can only vamp for so long here, Edwin. Yeah, let's start off. We'll give you the starting grid in Spec Miata. 22 cars went out for qualifying this morning. And should also mention, Edwin, that, of course, this is going to be the starting grid for the very first race, as we have all of these races throughout the course of the weekend. If you get faster, the starting order for each following race is going to be based on the fastest lap that is set over the course of all the previous races.
Absolutely. So you're racing with each other, but you're also setting your line. Let's go up front. Pole sitter, he ran a 127.211. Arlington, Virginia's Rob Hines in the 4 car. Next to him, John Hotz in the 63, the Maryland driver. Row number 2, Michael Lemena in the 88 car. He's out of New Jersey. And then Kip Gaynor in the 44. He'll start 4th.
All right. Starting on the inside of row number 3, it's going to be Sebastian Landy, another racer who, nice to see him back. Seabass going to be in the number 49 car, starting alongside James Lindenthal in the RP Performance Machine out of Morgantown, West Virginia. Row number 4, starting 7th today, driving the number 78 Spec Miata in the K-Hall Racing J&L Auto Angry Sheep Motorsports Machine out of Christiansburg, Virginia. It's Ted K-Hall, and starting alongside Ted in 8th position, driving the number 80 Windsor Customs Rental Spec Miata from Warrenton, Virginia, it's Ryan Anderson.
Row number 5, couple Maryland drivers will make up that row. The 54 of Michael Cohen, and then the 41, that is Kevin Conlon next to him. Row number 6, there's Robert Cahill in the 178, and then the driver out of Newmarket, Maryland, that's Christopher Kelly. Kelly will roll off in car number 131. That's row 6.
All right, starting lucky 13th today, driving the number 118 Spec Miata at Douglasville, Pennsylvania, representing the Blue Mountain region of the SCCA. It's Chung Lee with David Gast starting on the outside of row number 7 in 14th position. He's driving the number 81 RP Performance Mazda. He's from Great Falls, Virginia. Starting 15th today, driving the number 6 Cornerstone Financial Advisors machine from Oakland, New Jersey. We mentioned her just a few moments ago. It's Shauna Lamena, and starting next to Shauna, starting 16th in the number 82 Mazda from Morgantown, West Virginia, Dylan Moore.
Starting 17th, we mentioned him a moment ago, out of Newburgh, North Carolina, Benjamin Forster in the 123. Dominic Mandiel in the 68 car. He'll roll off 18th. Row number 10, the 57 of Andre Ivanescu out of Big Pool, Maryland, and Oliver Jenkins in the 83 car will start 20th.
All right, and rounding out our 22-car field, we've got Ben Folt starting 21st today in the number 08 machine, coming all the way from Peru, Vermont. And then we've got Forrest Landy starting 22nd. Forrest is in the number 94 Mazda Miata, and he hails from Ashburn, Virginia.
Ben Foltz should actually be in car number 5.
Is he in the 5?
No, he's not. But I'm saying then he could be
yes.
Ben Foltz 5.
5, yes.
Thank you.
Bump.
That will not be the last bad joke of the weekend.
No, I'm sure not. Hey, we've got Bill Skibby checking in on the chat here, watching from home out in Texas, and he says he's remote newest version of the Orbit's timing and scoring system remotely. He's got his faithful ward, Carol Reber, and so many other people down in our timing and scoring. I think getting everything in order for the national championship runoffs at Road America at the end of September, early October. Hi, Bill. Thanks for checking in. Appreciate it.
You mentioned timing and scoring. Everybody else, we will talk about it throughout the weekend, but you see the racers on track, but we're going to talk about all the other folks involved, all the folks who are flagging in the tubs. There's a whole group of race control. There's another building over here full of timing and scoring. There are people on the grid getting the cars off and on. So there is a whole kind of traveling circus that runs behind everything else that's going on, and it takes quite a few. And, you know, if you've always wanted to get involved in motorsports, there's a way to be involved. You're like, well, I'm not really a driver, but I'd love to be involved. You can come out, you can take flagger school and become an SCCA flagger. There are multiple ways you can get involved, and the folks who are the volunteers and the members are the ones that really drive the success.
Indeed. Every SCCA event is member-driven. It's a club. It literally does take a village. Edwin, if you go to scca.com/trackside, you can find out all the different opportunities if you're not ready to get behind the wheel and come out and assist at these events. It's the greatest way, I think, to get literally right beside the action. And there are so many specialties that help make these events run, much like the teams are right now that are doing all the repairs on the track. And, well, that is certainly not the team I thought that would be fixing the tire wall. That is coming down the pit lane. But hopefully we'll be getting underway here in very short order. Maybe one of the tires expired. I don't know.
There are, and if you look at the SCCA, there's so many other events that they do that are not necessarily track events. They're road events. There's other things to get involved in. So it's a fun group, and a good way to get involved in motorsports. If you're not a racer or a driver, although so many people start in one area and all of a sudden they find themselves, maybe I'll get into this driving a little bit.
Yeah.
Starts with maybe an autocross weekend or something like that, and you can grow your passion from there.
Indeed. And if you'd like, WDCR-SCCA.org, many different programs, whether it be road racing, whether it be track day events, time trials, autocross, have a great rallycross program that has events right here at Summit Point, as well as, I guess, the Panthera training facility as well. So many different ways for you to have fun with cars. Want to welcome, we've got Mexican Poro in the chat. It says, join us in autocross. We love to give ride-alongs. We've also got Nick Astarb in the chat. I don't know, is this the Summit Point version of Save the Oak Tree? He says, save the sycamore.
Okay.
I didn't know we had sycamore trees here
I didn't know. I know.
at Summit.
By the way, I did notice recently, son of oak tree down there at VIR is starting to grow.
It's starting to spread its roots. I
There you go.
guess.
There you go. So if
Yeah.
you're just joining us and going, that's a great shot of the front straightaway. There is a little track cleanup still going on. So that's why we gave you your starting lineup a little bit early. We saw a couple of the cleanup vehicles come in, but that's kind of where we are. We're in a bit of a holding pattern right now where they get the track prepped for racing, and in just a few minutes you'll have 22 of those Spec Miatas roll out onto track for their first race of the weekend. And again, it's busy. A lot of track time. Pace yourself for a busy weekend because it is a different, you get to the mindset of that 2-day weekend. I even knew one of the announcers who was confused and booked his getaway hotel a day
Who could that have
early.
been?
So, Greg's like, wait a minute, I can't leave Sunday.
Yeah.
I've got races to do
I was
on
saying,
Monday.
if I'm not here on Monday, that's because I've started my drive down to Charlotte a week or a day early because I couldn't get out of my hotel reservation.
Looking at qualifying times, we mentioned Rob Hines, 127.211. So your top 5 drivers all underneath that 128 flat. So you got 5 drivers in that 127 sector. Hines with about a 0.3 gap over second place. And then you've got all the way back, to show you how tight this field is, all the way back to 11th. They're all in that 128 group. And then going back, most of the cars then a 130 is back at 16. So you've got, the top 16 cars all within a little less than 3/10 of a second from each other. So that's pretty well done.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, we'll likely see Rob Hines.
Excuse me, I said 3/10. I meant to say 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
Yep.
We'll likely see Rob Hines in a couple weeks at Road America for the National Championship runoffs. Back in 2020, he took a 3rd place at the National Championships in 2 different events, both in Spec Miata as well as Touring 3. I'll have to look to see if he's going to have his Nissan 350Z out here this weekend as well. We'll check. That race group will be a little bit later this afternoon in race group number 5. Want to welcome a couple additional people that have joined us in the chat, Edwin. We got Kayla Alessi, who is watching, and of course, she loves the HPDE program. She is very much involved. Her husband, Lewis, former members of the board of directors of the SCCA, the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, and also very big in both HPDE, and we'll see his Honda Prelude out a little bit later when our bracket racers take to the track. And here's a nice dichotomy. We've got Chill Kevin, who's watching from the paddock for the views, he says, but then we also have Vartru, who's tuning in from Australia to watch his mate race this weekend. So glad to see that. It is, it's got to be almost 11:30 at night for him. Or her.
We appreciate it. We promise we've got racing coming up for you. So don't go anywhere. We've got it. It's coming. But just keeping our eye on pace car to see when it should start rolling here in just a little bit.
And now I've got everybody in the chat just absolutely roasting me because Kayla is actually Lewis's son. David is her husband. Her father-in-law is going to be out racing in the bracket races today. David races as well. Sorry about that, Kayla. Now I've got everybody else roasting me in the chat as well. Sorry, guys. And Vartru says it's 1:30 a.m.
1:30 a.m. Very good. Very good.
All right, just got a note from Race Control. Looks like we're going to be getting underway here, hopefully in just a few more moments, as they have, I think, almost have all the repairs complete down at turn number 9.
Yeah, great system, and it's used all over the world. But the tire bundles, and we've talked about the conveyor belt and the way they're put together, and it's way before there was the soft wall technology that you see in a lot of the ovals. This was the soft wall technology, and for this application, these types of road courses, it still is absolutely the best.
Amazing.
And you vary it depending on sort of the what does the impact zone look like? So some areas you'll see maybe 1 or 2 tires deep. Some you'll see 3. Some you'll see like a double row of tires. And it just, like I said, it people might look at it and go, boy, it sort of looks old-fashioned. It is absolutely ideal in what it does because it allows the car a deceleration zone as opposed to just open concrete and guardrail. And you'll see it all over the world, and
Indeed.
it works.
And Edwin speaks from a position of authority on this. Is Edwin actually oversaw a lot of the safety improvements here at Summit Point Raceway over the years.
I've put together a tire stack or two.
Yes, you have not only the tire stacks, but also even looking at this area of the track where walls and the tire bundles are further away from the track surface than they had been previously, and a lot of Edwin had his hand in a lot of the safety upgrades at this track. So
And you'll see
again, he
those,
speaks from knowledge.
yeah, around the country. You'll see that because it is an evolving piece. What worked 10 years ago may not work now, and as the cars change, speed increases. There's a constant reevaluation. You know, the SCCA is great at coming out to tracks, and they'll do their safety evaluation, make their recommendations, everything. So it is, you know, it's not like a track you build it and it's done, but it is always evolving as the cars and the competition evolves, and so that's an important part. And then, of course, the guys working on the weekends to fix tire barriers and keep it safe. That is extremely important as well.
And we've got Mexican Poro in the chat. He says, if a tire wall is good enough for F1, it's good enough for us.
Perfect example.
Yeah.
Perfect example. So it just works. So what is it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
But it is. Again, there's constant assessment. And I remember several years ago, and the name escapes me right now, but gentleman with SCCA who does the track evaluations. And one afternoon, after probably a Saturday afternoon, he was going to go do his track eval. I said, "Can I ride with you?"
Right.
And he's like, absolutely. So it was very insightful from operations standpoint to get an okay, what are they looking for? What's he looking for, and get an idea. So that part, I thought that was very, very educational, just to kind of ride around on the golf cart and say, okay, I'm looking at this. I'm like, we're okay with this. And then you also have that difference of between the different types of cars, or you're doing motorcycles or something.
Right.
Each one of those require a little bit different application on the racetrack. So again, it is a living, evolving thing as your track goes through the years.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen here for motorcycle racing, for example, going down through the chute where the track will deploy air fences right down in this area here, where even though that tire wall on the left-hand side of the track is about 30 feet further back from the race surface than when I first started racing here. If you're in a motorcycle, you probably don't want to end up hitting that conveyor belt at 115 miles an hour.
And there's like I said, they're the air fences. There's another thing that they deploy. Basically, they just call them the dog boxes.
Right.
That catch you as well. All right, there's a good scene. There we go. Yay.
All right, so a lot of the teams that have been working on doing the repairs down at Turn 9, they're heading for higher ground, Edwin, and we have gotten word that our racers will be heading out in just about 5 minutes.
And that's tough for the guys. You're just kind of sitting down there on the grid going,
yeah.
when am I gonna go? But they should be ready to roll in just a little bit. Right now, that
saving grace is it's not 95 degrees out there. It's only about 65 degrees out for them.
Like I say, temperature on this weekend can just vary greatly. Overnight temps, early morning temps here for tomorrow are calling in the upper 40s.
Yeah.
Which is just, that'll make for a magnificent
Hope
day.
you folks camping here brought your blankets or brought your thick sleeping bags.
Bring the good sleeping bag this weekend.
And we had somebody in the chat earlier say that as Spencer has been rotating cameras around the track, how great it is to see all of the different motorhomes and trailers and tents that people come out for this weekend, unlike any other, Edwin, that they come out and will spend an entire weekend at Summit Point. And if you'd like, certainly we'd love if you're in the area, if you want to come out and spectate here at the track. We got a couple nice big grandstands for you and a lot of lot of very colorful regulars. That it would be a great weekend for you. Bring the family.
What's very interesting with road racing, folks who maybe typically gone to different style of racing, is you also don't spend the whole weekend in one spot. There's multiple vantage points, and bring your walking shoes, because you'll find yourself walking to different areas of the track. There's a bridge, so you can go over. You can watch from outside. You can watch from inside. And so if you've not been to this type of motorsports before, like I say, bring your walking shoes, because you'll want to go to different vantage points to see the cars in different places. And if you've come a lot, people, you're exactly right. There's different groups who have their favorite spot, and the folks on this side of the track are always in some fun competitions with the folks who are camping on the other
Down
side.
at turn 5.
Yeah. And every track has that great kind of those things that make them unique. They talk about at Sebring for the 12 hours at the camping scene.
Right.
At Sebring for the 12 hours is just a whole different animal of itself, even beyond the racing.
Yeah, and I've learned at places like Road America, which has been in operation since 1955. The locals there have so bought into almost everything at that facility that any opportunity, any race weekend that they can come out, they do. And they've got Facebook groups specifically about spectating at that racetrack. It's wonderful. And I met this morning, good friend of mine and somebody I used to race with, Rob Luke, who brings the whole family out. They're down at turn 5. One of his daughter, I remember when both of his daughters were born. One of them now is entering, I think, 8th or 9th grade, and I haven't seen, and she's grown tremendously. His older daughter just now going to college, but you were there when they were born, before they were born, and the whole family that has been attending the Labor Day event here at Summit Point since the late 70s is out, that it gets passed down from family to family.
Some folks headed for the beach this weekend. Some folks headed to the mountain. Some went boating, and some go racing for the weekend. Okay, that looks like a pace car getting ready to roll.
Yes, it does.
I'm even tired of listening today. Let's go.
Well, I don't go back and look at our old broadcast because I can't stand to listen to my voice. So I hope all of you that have been listening to us just talk for a half hour now as we get
Appreciate your patience.
Thank you so much, everybody. And yes, we are about ready to get underway with our first race of the day. Again, these races are scheduled, despite what my schedule says that we're going to put up on screen. I believe scheduled for 15 laps here this weekend. Actually, let me just verify that. Yes, they do say 15-lap heat races on the schedule, so 15 laps. We have 8 races for you today. We have 2 races scheduled before we break for lunch. Hopefully that is still going to be the case. We're going to find out soon enough, but we're planning on 2 races before lunch.
And definitely a regional event here. You've got drivers just in this race, drivers from 6 states, kind of covering a big chunk of the mid-Atlantic from, like I said, North Carolina up through New England and Pennsylvania. So it's a lot of your racers are local. This is their home track, but you always get some folks who are visiting, and maybe even a great chance to do some visiting as we're getting closer to runoffs time, where they want to go and
get some additional seat time
and get themselves ready for a big weekend there.
Indeed. All right, so we've got, I think, Graham Taylor up at the point. He's going to be our splitter today, as we've got our racers just now leaving the grid. Robbie Hines in the bright blue number 4 machine with the silver bumper. First racer to leave the grid with the white number 63 of John Hotz alongside. And then I'll tell you, that second row of LaMena and Gaynor, Edwin, 2 teammates, and we'll see how actually it's 3 teammates together, because John Hotz is part of that trio. We'll see how they play, see if they give Rob Hines a run for his money here, as he's going to kind of be all alone by himself there right at the front of the field.
We talk about momentum racing. So these aren't the big bore, super big horsepower cars. These are about keeping your momentum through the corner. The other thing now, if you lose a gap, you got a gap, it's going to take a while to gain that back up. But your best opportunity to pick up several positions on lap 1 is right here. And you will see when they come back around and take the green, you'll see them get 3 wide there. You'll see somebody probably lock up or 2. But those are those guys, back there, maybe outside the top 10 says, all right, let me pick a couple off on the first lap. And, they always say you can't win it on the first lap, but sometimes you can improve your chances.
Try. Yeah, exactly.
But that's a great spot. Like I said, especially with these cars, because again, it's a spec class, multiple passing opportunities here, and you can see, especially get to the end, you can see the pass for the lead happen 3 times within 1 lap, and especially as they do a little drafting on some of the straightaways. The other thing is they come out of the carousel. We showed you that carousel piece earlier. From that carousel all the way till you get to the final corner, turn 10. No, it's not a straightaway, but you are putting in and accelerating all the way from coming out of the carousel all the way till you get up to turn 10. So it's you're busy left and right, but you're gaining momentum all the way up to the final corner.
Indeed, Edwin. I mean, this track, we talked about, the flow here, and with these cars, it is indeed incredibly important that from this point right here, the entrance to turn 6, you just continue to build throttle so that you can protect going into turn 1. That said, this is another one of those great passing opportunities that folks new to Summit Point, or even if they have time in the sim here, maybe don't realize that in real life, coming through that second part of the carousel, it will become if you're not watching your mirrors closely, you may just find yourself very surprised when somebody tries to come up on your right fender.
Field looks good side by side. You always want a nice pack. These guys get together. As you mentioned, new racer or 2 in this field. They just want a nice clean start, a good kickoff to their 3-day weekend. And Greg, you see pace cars on pit road.
On the pit road. That's going to turn things over to Rob Hines. He doesn't have his teammate, his wingman, 2.5-time national champion Nick Bruni alongside this weekend. Rob Hines is going to have to protect from the inside as he brings the field through turn 10 and onto the front straight, where everybody now has to strain to see when the green flag comes up, because right about here, the track starts to drop down. And there you go, green flag, Edwin. It is in the air. We are racing here at Summit Point. It is the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, first race of a 3-day weekend, as John Hotz jumps to an early lead over Robbie Hines. He's on the outside lane, however, as Hines goes to continue to protect the inside. Hotz has Mike LaMena directly behind him as they come under braking into turn number 1. And Hines gets the early turn in, and it looks like he's going to be able to hold off the rest of the field as they come out from behind the trees and onto the front straight, but in great position going into turn 3 for the first time. John Hotz from the inside takes the lead, Edwin.
You won't hear us, you'll hear us say this several times. If you can hold on to the outside into turn number 1, come off side by side. Now when you get to here, you're in that preferred position. So you'll see somebody go to the outside in 1, not that they're going to complete the pass, but then the track comes back their way. They'll complete that pass in turns 2 and 3, which is exactly what happened for Hotz on this first lap.
Yeah, and he just got a great jump there. And started to roll a little bit further back the pack. There's one of those passes coming into the second part of the carousel that I talked about. You have to be aware, and especially early on, as you're trying to get your tires up to temperature, there's a lot to consider there as Hotz leads Rob Hines, LaMena, Kip Gaynor up through the field. Good start there from James Lindenthal. Lindenthal, who I think started 6th, moves up around Sebastian Landy in the 5th position as they come out of turn 10 to complete lap number 1. And I believe everybody has made it through.
Yeah, Lindenthal in the 18 car picking up a spot. Yes, was starting there in 6th, has picked up a place. Hotz leads him back down the straightaway. When we get back to turn 9, that's another place where people don't realize what a fast corner that is.
Yes.
You're down at about the lowest part of the racetrack, and it's a fast corner before you start coming back uphill.
Indeed, and it's the radius opens up there as well. The biggest challenge is not to turn in from the middle of the track if you can, not to turn in early because, well, as you know, we have about 30 minutes of schedule loss here to show that. I mean, you can run very wide there if you're not careful. But the other challenge with these rear-wheel drive cars, even a momentum car like this, Edwin, is that there's a little bit of a crown in the pavement there over at the exit of turn 8. And if you don't shift early and you go and shift right as you're exiting the turn right about now, what'll happen is the rear end of that car will get very light and loosen up. And it's always a challenge.
And you can see the cars really leaning on the left side there and putting that car to work, all the suspension. Here, quick corner as well. Super important, because if you're going to make a move down into turn 1, you want a great launch off of 10. Like I said, we saw Hotz get a great run at the start. In fact, now Hotz and Hines, the 63 and the 4 car, they've opened up a little bit of a gap. Do you see the gap there? The blue car second, and then that's LaMena there in third. A little bit of a gap from second back to third. Somebody making a nice pass attempt there into turn number 1. But Hotz and Hines, 15-lap race. One thing they may try to do, get away from the field, and then last 2 laps, battle each other for the lead.
Yeah, and I believe that was the blue and silver 78 of Ted Cahall coming in and making up a position possibly on Sebastian Landy, moving Landy back one more position as Rob Hines just reset fast lap. Now, as you look at our timing and scoring on the left-hand side of the screen, you will notice that there is one racer, that is Benjamin Forster, Beans Forster, that his number is showing in blue. He technically is our sole SMT racer here this weekend, and what that means is that he is racing on the Toyo Proxys R88 tires as opposed to the Hoosier SM7 tires that all of our other Spec Miatas are currently on.
You mentioned last lap, Hines in second spot, reset fastest lap, and now down the front straightaway, he's cut that lead a little bit. Their gap to LaMena stays the same. There you see the front two. They've opened up a little bit back to third. Is it too early for Hines to take a peek? Here we go into turn 1. Hines is right there and going to stay single file as they go through turn 1.
You'll have to take our word for it.
I promise you, they were single file. We'll pick them up here as they come off the corner. But that was a good run that Hines got. He's still right there. We peek out here. Can't quite do it there. You almost need, to make the pass there, you almost need to be side by side already as you've come off of 1.
Yeah, but they are at this point doing a very good job of separating themselves out from the rest of the field, from LaMena, from Gaynor, where they are running at the moment a little bit over a half second a lap faster than our third and fourth place runners. And the reason for doing that so early in this race, Edwin, is because the draft in Spec Miata is so strong. If they start going if Hotz and Hines start going side by side through corners, start fighting, where their speed will then have to drop, it would bring LaMena, Gaynor, and maybe Lindenthal and Landy back into the race. Better to only give them 2 or 3 laps at
Wait
the
a
end.
little bit, yeah.
to fight their way back and not bring them back in halfway through a race.
Call out to Robert Cahall there, the 178 car. He started 11th. He's picked up a couple spots. He now is 8th, so that's the 178 car, Robert Cahall. And he has picked up 3 spots as now Hotz has gone back and reset fast laps. So Hotz and Hines swapping back and forth with fast laps. A 127.527 is what that fast lap was, which is about 3/10 off of what the qualifying quick lap was. But great battle up front, and they're doing exactly as you said. They're trying, in fact, now you see the gap, almost 3 seconds back to LaMena. And now they're just trying to click off some laps. Still a long way to go. 15 laps is a chunk of race.
It's a good length race, exactly. Scheduled for 30 minutes max. So, again, a very good length sprint race. Let's jump a little bit further back in the pack if we can, because somebody who started at the very back, and he is now up into 9th position. It is the number 94 of Forrest Landy. So he is now made up, 11 or 12 positions, and we'll try and find it. He's got Michael Cohen, Kevin Conlon, Ryan, and well, actually a whole bunch of the field. Ryan Anderson and also Chris Kelly very close behind. And I think that is this second pack here. Yep, coming right through. So great opening stint here for Forrest Landy, and brother Sebastian only, I think, 3 cars up ahead of him at this point.
Man, that is a great catch on your part there, because, started shotgun on a 22-car field and now finds himself in the top 10. So that's another thing. You talked about resetting the field for the next races. That means he's also turning some fast laps, so this should not only improve his position this race, but improve where he gets to start in the next one.
Yeah, matter of fact, he is now, we'll see him, I think, just coming out of turn 2 in this pack, back in this pack here, and he's now made his way up to that group with I think with Forrest, with Michael Cohen, Colin, what have you. And then there's a very large gap back to Ben Foltz, who is in the 08 car, not the number 5. David Gast and Chung Lee a little bit further back, making a move down the inside. I believe that was, again, Bob Cahall. And that's how I think trying to make a move on brother Ted Cahall, who's moved ahead. That's been a nice fight to watch all season long, or the two brothers, Bob and Ted. Ted having gotten into club racing and SCCA racing a number of years before his brother, who comes out as I believe a high school teacher out from Chicago. As a matter of fact, I was Bob's original driving instructor here at some point when he came for for the competition licensing school. And Bob, just in the last 2 years, has really upped his game considerably, that now he's regularly in the top 10, sometimes in the top 5.
Well, and the brothers always find each other. Ted started 7th, still runs 7th. As we mentioned, Robert started back there. Bob was 11. Now updates. So he's caught up to Ted now.
Yep.
Now that battle is on.
Exactly. As we watch now, this is our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place drivers, Mike LaMena, Kip Gaynor, and James Lindenthal. And Lindenthal, for the moment, and this is the power of the draft, Edwin, is Lindenthal is actually, although the 3rd car in that group, he's the fastest of the 3 on track. As now taking a look to the inside of Michael LaMena is Kip Gaynor, and they're going to go door to door as they come through turn number, well, we call it 6B here, but through turns 6 and 7. And as they come out and start to make their way up the hill, Mike LaMena manages to hold off Kip Gaynor. LaMena's in the darker blue, Gaynor in the lighter blue machine, and then sitting back behind him, James Lindenthal, in that very dark blue car. And he was, they got down into the carousel, and all he could do was just kind of sit and watch as the track was really only 2 cars wide there. Yeah,
now you see the kind of using a bunch of the front straightaway left to right. As you said, these cars can hook up and really pick up some speed if they run in a draft together. There's that battle again into one, and those 3 cars. That's a kind of mid-pack top 10, just outside. What's that, 3, 4, and 5?
That group there, that's Sebastian Landy, Ted Cahall, Forrest Landy, and Bob Cahall. As Forrest Landy in the number 94 machine now moves up into 8th position. So he is the, I think, the 3rd car in that group in the orange and white and dark blue. And got word from Bill Skibby, all the way from Texas, that the reason that Forrest Landy started at the tail end of the field is his transponder wasn't functioning, so they weren't able to get a time on him.
Yeah, I was just looking at his start. He had no qualifying time, so his starting position not indicative of how well that car may be running.
Indeed.
Hotz leads Hines and LaMena. We're closing in on halfway. Yep.
Yeah, and so let's do this, if you don't mind, Edwin. Let me make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
There are the leaders into turn number 1, but here's the battle. 3rd, 4th, and 5th coming. Got a side-by-side as they go into the corner. Can't quite get it done. LaMena, Gaynor, and Lindenthal. That's a great battle.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, Gaynor actually made it around. Let's try this again. Let me try to speak. I believe that is Kip Gaynor now in 3rd position as he gets around Michael LaMena, and I think they did that coming out of turn 10. Before they got down to turn 1, Lindenthal still sitting back behind him in that next group, and they're now almost 6 seconds back from LaMena, Gaynor, and Lindenthal. Sebastian Landy now just turns in his fastest lap of the race. He's got Ted Cahall, Forrest Landy, and Bob Cahall trailing along with them now as, well, it looks like the 2 Landys have managed to hook up. So Forrest Landy now getting around Ted Cahall. So we've got the 49 car and the 94 car, almost mirror images of one another, now running 6th and 7th.
Leaders coming by. Let's give you just past halfway. As they come by timing and scoring, we'll reset it for you. John Hotz, the 63 car, leads over Hines in the 4. They've got a big gap back to this battle, which is Kip Gaynor in the 44, LaMena in the 88, and Lindenthal, the 18 car, 5th. Here's the rest of your top 10. Sebastian Landy is 6th. Forrest Landy up to 7th. Ted Cahall, 8th. Bob Cahall, 9th, and Kevin Conlon, the 41 car, 10, and trouble in turn number 1. That's the battle we've been watching, and that's 44 of Gaynor.
and that's also our director's father, so we may stick on this shot for a while, but now this is where Forrest Landy sees the chance as he comes out of 2 door to door with Mike LaMena, and he's going to hang right alongside around the outside of turn number 3 as they come down to the fastest corner on the course. And there you go, James Lindenthal, who started this lap in 5th position, now moves into a podium paying position. Edwin moves up into 3rd.
Boy, we were watching that race. It was getting close. We had talked earlier about what a passing opportunity you have there into turn number 1. But you do run out of space. You got a nice wide piece of track there, but that fast line gets narrower and narrower, and the cars just came together there, and they could not make the clean pass. There are your leaders coming by again, and now there'll be only 5 laps to go here. There's the leaders. It's still Hotz and Hines, but then it's a huge gap now back to 3rd place. Now your timing and scoring will reset here in just a moment. There you go.
All right, and there you go. So James Lindenthal now moving up to 2nd. Now, Gaynor, because that second pack, Edwin, had almost 6 seconds on the Landy brothers back in, at the time, 6th and 7th position. We had, well, there you go. Let's take a look at where Kip Gaynor falls back to. And did he bring that car to the pit lane? No, he did not. So Kip Gaynor now showing all the way back in 13th position. He had 6, and there he is now going into turn 1. He had about 6 seconds to play with before they got to the Landys, but obviously the Landys, the Cahalls, Conlon, Cohen, Anderson, ad infinitum, basically, were able to get past him.
And I see maybe some damage. I saw Gain. Let's see, you see him coming here. Is there some right front damage? Is that Gaynor's machine?
Yeah, and
maybe.
Hard to tell if that's just dust getting kicked up in the air as they came out of 2. No, there's Gaynor now coming out from behind the trees.
Yeah, they had him. I think they just had him covered. I don't know if he came to a stop down there, if they had him covered with the flag, but he's continuing, but well off the pace.
Off the pace, exactly. All right, now door to door, Mike LaMena onto the front straight, trying to get back around Forrest Landy as they cross start finish. There they are, very even there as they make the run down into turn 1 with 4 laps remaining. This is the battle for 3rd, and LaMena has the position to the inside, but as you said, Edwin, as long as you can stay close all the way around that wide horseshoe at turns 1 and 2, that would put you in key position going into turn number 3. And Landy not only has been able to hold alongside LaMena, he was actually able to get about 3/4 of a car length up on LaMena as they came into turn 3. And it may have taken 3 corners, but he's fought off that advance.
That is your battle for the final step on the podium, going down the chute right there. See him take a peek to the inside. But again, that's 3rd and 4th, LaMena and Lindenthal. And whoever wins that battle, they'll stand on the podium when we're done.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid.
Leaders back by, and for the first time, Hotz has a little bit of breathing room over Hines. Maybe 6 or 7 car lengths here. There they are into turn number 1 with 3 laps to go, but that's about as big a gap as we've seen between 1st and 2nd. And now here comes Lindenthal, LaMena, and is Landy getting into that battle? No, Landy's still a little bit back. So right there in your screen, that is 3rd and 4th, and then you see the gap back. That will be one of the drivers that gets on podium here in our first race of the weekend.
Yeah, and the 2 Landys working together to try to get to open up a bit more of a gap back to Ted Cahall in 7th. They don't want the Cahall brothers to go and fight, but it is Landy, Cahall together. But this is a great fight now for the last position on the podium, and it's become so much more clear now that it's just 2 cars rather than 3 cars fighting out for that position, because the 3rd car in line, inevitably, because of the width of this track, and this track is about 3 cars wide in most places, but very hard to make a pass when you're trailing 2 racers that are jockeying for position at almost every corner.
Yeah, they're using up most of the racetrack, gives you very, very few options.
Right.
The leaders, a little gap for those guys. So we're watching, there's the leaders, but the best race is back there 3rd and 4th. But here we go, 2 to go. It's still Hotz and Hines. And now this time, I'd say Hotz maybe has extended that lead a little bit more.
Yes.
And there's 3rd and 4th. That's the battle to watch, man.
There you go. As they come out, and now with 2 laps remaining, as Mike LaMena takes a look to the left, not much room there, as now we've got James Lindenthal moves a little bit more to the center of track to take away some of the options for LaMena, but LaMena is able to now move once again down the inside. A little bit of brake lockup there from LaMena as he takes over the position, and this time here, Edwin, it looks like he was able to come across the nose of Lindenthal and really give Lindenthal very few options and make it very difficult for him to pull alongside as he was able to do the last time through. So there you go, Mike LaMena taking over 3rd position with now a lap and a half remaining.
Yeah, Lindenthal had no opportunity to stay drivers left there, just ran out of racetrack, but this one's not over yet. As you see, the leaders now coming out of 9. They'll leak for a white flag this time by, but you see a huge gap back to 3rd and 4th. But here are the leaders. They should get a white flag this time by. 1 to go.
And John Hotz, once he managed to get by our pole sitter, Robbie Hines, he slowly but surely expanded that lead as they come to the line now to start our very last lap. About 1 second, about 4 or 5 car lengths. That's going to be very hard for Robbie Hines to make up here in just 2 miles time.
Yeah, with these final laps and the gap they have back to 3rd and 4th, you think if he's got something for him, we would have seen it by now. And the battle, LaMena and Lindenthal still going on. In fact, they'll be side by side again into turn number 1. There you go, into turn number 1. There's Lindenthal to your right of the screen. This time, will he be able to hang on the outside?
And he was a little bit further up, got in the brakes a little bit later than Mike LaMena. LaMena locking up rear brakes once again, and now maybe a little bit of contact as they come out of 2 going into turn 3 as Lindenthal gets back around the number 88 machine. LaMena running wide into the gravel. That's not going to help his momentum as he heads down the hill. Just back behind, it is the 49 of Sebastian Landy in 5th with the 94 of Forrest Landy in 6th.
Boy, Lindenthal, what a great run. He held on the outside. The leaders are going to come to take the checkered in a moment. It looks like Hotz will safely hang on, but the battle's still on. But that shows you the difference in 2 laps. 1 lap, Lindenthal couldn't stay on that outside. The other lap he was, and that got him up to third place.
Exactly. He adjusted. And now checkered flag out, checkered flag in the air, and taking the win in the first Spec Miata race of the weekend in the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular, John Hotz. Rob Hines will finish second as that battle for third now coming out of turn 10 from out behind our ticker. It is James Lindenthal with LaMena there. LaMena popping to the inside as they come over the crest of the hill. Is there enough room and time? No. James Lindenthal will take the last step on the podium. Mike LaMena finishes 9/100ths of a second back, just off the podium in 4th. Sebastian Landy, he'll finish in 5th with Forrest Landy 2/10ths back in 6th. Ted Cahall will finish 7th. Bob Cahall will finish 8th. And now as they come to the line, Kevin Conlon in the number 41 machine, he will finish in 9th position with Michael Cohen in the 54 car. The Owings Mills driver will finish in 10th.
Forrest Landy all the way up to 6th. So he said he had an issue with qualifying. So again, his starting position not indicative of how well the car was running, but in 15 laps, and you've worked your way all the way up to 6. What's that, past like 16 cars? That's impressive.
That is amazingly impressive. All right, let's do this. Edwin, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group, then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Final call for race group number 2, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Please stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Because then they go through waivers and people can pick them up. Exactly, that's what I thought. I thought you couldn't just keep your good team. Yeah, you know, exactly. Your third best guy, I'm going to put him on my practice squad. Well, all right, yeah. We if you go to Glacier National Park, and Route 2 runs across the northern perimeter of Montana, it comes through the southern portion of Glacier National Park. When you come out of Glacier, it's like prairie land. It's like flat as flat can be, right? You turn around.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg. He's Edwin. Back behind us, that's Spencer. And we have got what is going to be our last race of the morning. We're going to take a little bit of a break for lunch today. But Edwin, next up, improved touring, a staple in SCCA racing, as well as one of the biggest up-and-coming classes in SCCA, B-Spec. So why don't we run down the starting order, and then we'll talk a little bit about what we're going to say.
Absolutely. We're going to give them to you as they'll roll off the grid. On the front row, Deacon Greenfield in car 32. That's an ITS car. In fact, your top four, all ITS machines. Mark Johnston out of Falling Waters, West Virginia, car number 17, makes up row 1. Glenn Evans out of Centerville, car number 10, goes third, and then it's Jeffrey Lucas, the Myrtle Beach, South Carolina driver. He's in double O. He'll start fourth.
All right. Starting on the inside of row number 3, your pole sitter in ITA, it's Joel Gambino in the RP Performance Mazda Miata out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. He's going to start alongside Murphy Nichols in the Murph Dog Motorsports Smoketown Brewing, Nissan 240SX. Murphy will start 6th. Starting 7th is Mark Liller. Mark's in the Hoosier Carpetech Angry Sheep ITS Mazda Miata, with T. Wade Heron starting in 8th position today. He is in the number 78 ITA Rockhouse Mazda Miata.
Couple ITA cars will make up row number 5. Justin Shepard in car 100, his Mazda Miata, and then the 59. Peter Doan out of Medford, New Jersey, the Autabella detailing car. Row number 6, a couple of the B-Spec cars, and that is Tristan Herbert in car 103. That's the Rat Sport machine. And then next to him, Robert Ahern Jr. He is in car number 99. That is row 6.
All right. Starting on the inside of row number 7, lucky 13 today, Kevin Fryer in the Fry Guy Racing BMW 2002. He's out of Durham, North Carolina. His father, Alton's going to start right beside him. Alton is in the number 89 BMW 2002. He's out of Pasadena, Maryland. Then we got Jonathan Kinberg, also in an ITB 2002. That's the York Automotive Engineering machine, the number 02 car. And then starting 16th today, Ryan Moran. Ryan is driving the number 08 Cop Motorsports AR Racing Rat Sport B-Spec Mini Cooper.
A couple B-Spec cars will make up row number 9. That'll be Alex Ratcliffe, car 105 out of Leesburg, Virginia, in the Rat Sport Acura. And then next to him, the B-Spec car of James Kohler, car number 95 out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, the JK Racing Mazda. And then rounding out the field, it's an ITB car number 82, Carl Fossler. And he's out of Montgomery Village, Maryland. And that's the Free Soft Porsche, car number 82. That's your starting lineup.
All right, we've got Sherry Mack in the chat. That is our pole sitters, auntie, Edwin. And Deacon Greenfield starting on the pole today. We're going to see him multiple times today and a lot over the course of the weekend as he's in his brand new to him ITS Mazda MX-5. That car, actually, I believe, holds the ITS track record here. Set by Camden Gruber a couple of years ago, but just picked up that car. And then we'll see him a little bit later in Super Touring Light in his Honda CRX. And then we've got, you saw there, Mark Johnston in the Alien Force Racing Nissan. His teammate is Murphy Nichols, who's starting 2nd in ITA, a little bit further back in the field, also in a Nissan 240SX. Difference happens to be the engines underneath the hood. One of them is, I believe, a double overhead cam. One's a single overhead cam. The double overhead cam motor puts the car in ITS, and that is Mark Johnston in that red Nissan to the outside of the front row as the pace car now brings the field underneath the bridge.
Qualifying, Greenfield, a 124.3. Second place, Johnston, a 125.8. Big gap
difference
in qualifying.
Indeed. All right, and big gap there, as you said, but also in technology, very different between that Nissan. It's got a lot of torque, but not the best handling. That Miata, great all-around car. As a starter looks over the field, green flag is in the air, and our improved touring race is underway here at Summit Point Raceway. It is the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. We'll talk a little bit more about that B-Spec field. Our B-Spec pole sitter, great to see him back. here at Summit Point, and we'll talk about that in just a bit as both Greenfield and Johnston go into turn one, door to door, side by side. A little bit further back, Gambino and Nichols, much the same in ITA as the field. Now a lot of dust in the air, but starts to filter out from behind the horseshoe and head towards turn three as Johnston has managed to edge ahead of Greenfield as they come out of turn three and head down the high-speed chute for the very first time.
Boy, everybody was still side by side. It looked like a pace lap into turn one, and the battle back on for the lead. Johnston holds on as they get down into the carousel, but Greenfield took a little peak driver's right as they went down into the corner. If he could get that and try to hold it through the carousel. But great racing, Johnston, really good start to lead down that front straightaway.
Indeed. And so, interesting developments that led Deacon Greenfield to get behind the wheel of this Mazda Miata as he gets back around Johnston in the carousel. Not a big surprise. As I said, the handling of that Mazda, it's on another level compared to the Nissan that Johnston is driving. So Greenfield has been racing this STL Honda CRX for a couple of years now, and he had a motor let go at New Jersey Motorsports Park just a few weeks ago, and the thought was that it was terminal for that motor as the timing gear actually broke on that Honda motor. It skipped time, and typically with a Honda motor, an interference motor, that usually means huge damage. It actually wasn't that bad that they were able to rehab that motor. But in the meantime, before they actually got the decision, Greenfield and his team went out and bought this car that had been sitting for about a year that RP Performance had built. And there's still the decision whether or not to keep that car as an ITS car. Their thought was at some point to build it up and eventually replace the CRX running in STL, because that NC Mazda platform has been very strong in the Super Touring light field nationally. But there's also a chance that it could run in SMX. As we've got Carl Fossler having issues at turn three, and in addition to Fossler, I think that might be the fourth.
I was trying to pick a number. This is the car that's involved.
Yeah, I think that's the 41 of Chris Afuli.
Both cars able to continue,
yeah,
but have lost the lead pack a bunch. So.
Yeah, and indeed, that's the white with a red stripe Mazda. That is Giovanni Crisafulli out of Virginia Beach, Virginia, that had to go and avoid the spinning Porsche of Fossler.
So we mentioned Johnston was great on the start. Greenfield got back by, but kind of want to watch those front two to see. We talked about Greenfield's advantage in qualifying. Does that carry over to the race now that he's retaken the top spot? Can he stretch that out a little bit over Johnston? Still early stages, completing lap number 2 here in just a little bit. And there you see the leaders down the hill, and you see Greenfield's opened it up a little bit there, back to second spot.
Yeah, indeed. And now, and you'll notice also on our timing ticker here that we've got all of our classes color-coded for you. The cars with yellow are ITS, the cars with white are ITA, in blue are ITB. And as we look here, in ITA, Gambino has opened up a bit of advantage over T. Wade Heron, who's managed to get around Murphy Nichols. Nichols put on an amazing show at our July Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event here in the wet, that his Nissan 240SX, incredibly strong in the wet. Murphy lapped almost the entire field, not only the ITA cars, but the normally faster ITS cars as well, and did incredibly well in the dry as well here. So we'll see how things play out for him. In ITB, Kevin Fryer, currently your leader over Alton Fryer, and Kevin has been racing for the past number of years at the national level in the Touring 4 class in a Mazda MX-5. As we've got a local caution at turn 1, and it's out of our camera view.
Trying to see.
And sounds as though the 127 Mazda, as we were speaking about ITS, Mark Liller, who was running third in ITS, his car has gone off course.
And Lillard was having a great race. Lillard started 7th, had worked his way up to 3rd overall and 3rd in ITS. So.
All right, so we were talking about ITB, and so Kevin Fryer, your leader in ITB in his BMW 2002, he has been racing for a number of seasons at the national level in the Touring 4 class. Somebody who is a former MARRS champion, who in the past couple of years we've only seen him run in the Labor Day event, is Tom Martin. And Martin in a blue with a yellow striped Volkswagen Golf. And I believe that might be Tom that has just now pulled into the grass over by turn 7. And Tom had worked his way up into 2nd position, but it looks, and he was very close behind Kevin Fryer, but it looks like that car may have
That's the announcer's
I don't want to say
jinx.
expired. Yeah, exactly.
The announcer's jinx. You mentioned them, and away you go. So Greenfield still leads overall. His fast lap, 125.418 is the fast lap so far. So they're settled down. So Greenfield leads. T. Wade Heron, the 78 car, now leads in ITA. And it looks like we are going to get a full course yellow. That car that went off down there in turn number 1, I believe it was Liller, they're going to go pick that car up. So they're going to put everybody under full course and go pick up the Liller machine.
All right, so here as we have 11 laps remaining out of what is a scheduled 15-lap or 30-minute race. There were some questions in the chat, Edwin. So yes, everybody, this is going to be our last race before we take a break for lunch. Going to be a slightly longer lunch than normal, probably somewhere along the lines of an hour and a half versus the normal 1 hour. And that's because we have a lot of charitable activities going on here at the track in support of our recipient, No Person Left Behind Outdoors. We're going to have folks from the Summit Point Training Facility doing their 007 shotgun rides here, as well as the exotic car drive-arounds. If you want to get in the right seat, or in the case of the 007 cars, the back seat for those activities, we're selling tickets over at the track, the paddock store. Head on over there, and we'll be sending people out just a few minutes after this race finishes.
Yeah, and you'll see a lot of the different clubs and organizations. SCCA has always kind of been very great at this, is tying their weekend races, their big events, into some charity opportunity, and they do a wonderful job with that to kind of give back to a community through their motorsport. So that's what we'll be doing a little bit during the lunch area. Gambino, I had said Heron. They showed Heron had gotten in front of Gambino. That might have just been a little scoring glitch there. So I think ITA, Gambino still leads. They show Heron now 2nd place. Again, that is in ITA. So I mentioned Heron earlier, but that, again, might have just been a little timing and scoring glitch, as now you see that the pace cars picked up the field. These guys will all get caught up, and then, like I said, it's down in turn 1. They'll send probably a rollback down there to get that vehicle, and just kind of where that car is. There's, like, you see this car here on your right, you know, maybe that one's out. You'll let the flagger decide what they think. It's up to their kind of that's their track they own, and if they're not comfortable with the car, then they're going to throw it. They're going to go pick that vehicle up. There are a few little escape routes around the track here, so sometimes you'll see a car maybe with a mechanical scoot down one of the escape routes, and that's great because everybody can keep racing under a green flag situation.
So I wanted to focus, if we could, for a second on one of our B-Spec racers. And a little bit further back in the field, Spencer, I think he is... Well, I'm trying to pick up where he is. I think he may be coming through into the carousel now. And that is James Kohler in the number 95 Mazda 2. There's James coming through turn 6 now, coming through the carousel. Out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. He was the 1982 Washington, D.C. region, the MARRS F production champion. And Also ran the 4-hour day and the night B-Spec race down at Sebring. But again, from 1982, so we're talking now close to 40 years after he won this championship. He has gotten back, after a number of years off, he's gotten back behind the wheel of something that's very different from I think from an F production car to race with us once again, and so happy to see him out here. He did incredibly well when we saw him back in June. I think he was here for the last time you sat in with us, and he lists his racing career as only spanning 15 years.
Right. with a little gap, yeah.
With a small gap in between. Exactly.
Well, out of Racing Rich, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, you see there he's going to slowly follow as you see that one rescue vehicle. In fact, that's great. Our rollback just gave him a point by.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Go.
Yep,
exactly.
Yep.
They want him to get by and catch up with the rest of the field. So we've got James, who's been off for a couple of years. Somebody else who's running in B-Spec this weekend and running second at the moment in the Rat Sport Mini Cooper out of Potomac Falls, Maryland, or pardon me, Potomac Falls, Virginia, is Tristan Herbert. Now, of course, I have a lot of experience with Tristan. Tristan was one of my students at driver's school here. He raced and was Rookie of the Year. I believe it was in 2012 in Pirelli World Challenge. Also, a former MARRS ITB champion. And he comes back and races with us every Labor Day. And he put in a number of years racing in the SSM class and has taken a couple years off. But good to see him back in that Rat Sport Mini Cooper. And certainly this full course caution has given him the opportunity to get a little bit closer to Robert Ahern, who's in the green 99 Mazda 2 right there. Coming up the hill, so Herbert in the light blue Mini Cooper directly behind him. He's in a good spot when we go back to Green Flag Racing.
Greenfield and Johnston. This will be interesting because, Greenfield had opened that gap up a little bit, but Johnston was so good on the initial start. Now, there'll be single file here, but we will see if Johnston is able to make a jump on the restart like he did on the start. So we'll watch that, but that's a good break for Johnston to kind of eat up that gap because Greenfield, quick car, but Johnson just got the best of him on the start. We can see if he can repeat that here with the restart. There'll be just a handful of laps to go. I think they're still working down there in turn number 1.
Yeah, I think they're getting ready. They're leaving the scene now and heading our way. I think they're still working on getting the 127 Miata loaded up. And that nothing to be concerned about there, just more for, we'll call it safety's sake, that they want to take the driver and get them checked out. And given that they're going to have to bring that car back on a flatbed, it's a nice ride back to the paddock.
You always want that balance of creating as much green flag racing as you can. That's what the folks come to see, but that's also what the drivers come to do. But you balance that also with a situation of you want to be sure proper recovery, proper repair of tire walls. In that situation, it's going to be a while loading the car up. They'll send that ambo out just as a precautionary measure. And like you say, it can be a comfortable ride maybe back into the paddock. But there's always going to be that balance of taking care of the racer first, taking care of the car, and then seeing what repair you need on the racetrack. And the guys here do a very, very nice job of doing that in a quick and professional manner.
So there was a question in the chat from Jeff Janoska as far as if you're going to take part in those 007 rides or the exotic car rides, if there is a minimum age, and I guess wanted to make sure whether the drivers are the age of majority or whether they're 18 or older. I do not know that. Best thing I could suggest, head on over to Charity Central over by the Paddock store and ask them there. They haven't given us that information. Sorry, Jeff.
We don't always have the answer, but we know where you can get the answer.
Exactly.
So just heard it's still going to be a few minutes down there. They're still getting that car loaded up. So going to say probably maybe
Another
2
more
3
laps.
laps. Yeah. Yeah, you see the lap time they're showing there. That's what they'll run under the caution. So, yeah, you're probably 2 or 3 more laps before, which will still give us a handful of green flag laps to get us to the finish of this race, our second race of the day.
Yep. And we're just now crossing that 15-minute, basically halfway on time. And with 7 laps remaining, we should still be, at a minute and a half or less per lap. I think we could still get it in based on laps rather than on time here.
Yeah, and we're just basing that on hearing the updates around the track about how much longer they think they need to get it loaded up and back safely into the paddock. That's another nice thing is there's a couple different ways to get off this racetrack for emergency vehicles. There's the crossover here about halfway between the flag stand and turn 1. There's a place you can go off down at the bottom of the racetrack. There's that crossover, so emergency vehicles can get off the track there. You can obviously get off the track at the pit end, but then also down at the bottom of the racetrack, just off the carousel, you can go to the outside of the track and get off track that way as well. So they don't have to take a full lap to come back into the paddock area.
All right, looks like the remainder of the emergency services vehicles over at turn 1 are now leaving the scene, I think. And I was going to say, and I think that the race car is loaded up, and there it is, heading back our way as well. So hopefully, may not be this time by, but at least maybe one more lap. Our leaders right now, our overall leader in leading ITS is Deacon Greenfield with Mark Johnston second, Jeff Lucas third. In ITA, it is Joel Gambino with T. Wade Heron and Murphy Nichols, your top 3. In ITB, it is now Kevin Fryer and Alton Fryer. Tom Martin is still showing as being third, but should mention that, well, it looks like they got his car moved as well, but Tom only completed 3 laps, and I believe that car also got a ride back to the paddock. We'll double check, although that's a rather large car back to the field. Yeah, I think Tom Martin still getting a ride back to the paddock, so we may only have Kevin Fryer and Alton Fryer as our remaining ITB racers.
Well, it's a shame for Liller. He had worked his way up, battling for a podium position there after starting in 7th place. So was having a good race, but you come in on the rollback. That's not the way you want to wrap up the day for sure. And depending on the amount of damage to the car, what's that do for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so as we were looking at the ITB racers, note that Jonathan Kinberg in his BMW 2002 did not take the green. And in B-Spec right now, it is Robert Ahern in the Mazda 2. He is your leader. Good to see that car back out. It had an engine expire at Thunderbolt back in early July. Tristan Herbert running second. Ryan Moran running in third. Alex Ratcliffe in the new to the Rat Sport team Hyundai Accent. All 4 machines, I believe, Rat Sport machines, and they are your top 4 with James Kohler, who we talked about a little bit earlier, running in 5th. And I think the Kohler machine has made its way to the back of the field. Yeah, there it is. James Kohler, as well as the ITA Miata of Chris Afuli, now there with the full pack. And we have received word, Edwin, that the lights will be put out on the safety car here when they get into the carousel. We will be going back to green flag racing the next time by. So when they come across the line, we'll have 5 laps remaining.
We'll keep an eye at the front of the pack. Johnston, again, his best opportunity was right at the beginning. He made the move into 1, led for a lap or so, and then Greenfield took that top spot back over. But the difference here is now you'll see there'll be single file through this corner. So a little bit different because sometimes side by side you can force another driver not to be in the preferred line.
Right.
When you're nose to tail like that, the driver in front of you, unless you get an incredible jump, they're going to be able to be exactly where they want to on the racetrack. Let's watch because indeed the lights are out on the pace car.
All right, so when we come to the green, we will be back to racing. We'll have 5 laps remaining in this 15-lap or 30-minute race. And again, based on the time, I think we're going to probably get in just under the buzzer, based on the number of laps as the pit lane returns to the safety car, returns to the pit lane, and green flag is in the air as Deacon Greenfield leads the field to the starting line. There they are. And just as you suspected, using that torque advantage, Mark Johnston moves drivers left. He pulls right alongside Deacon Greenfield. He's going to try to repeat what he pulled off here to start this race, but Greenfield, deeper on the brakes, a much lighter chassis is that Mazda MX-5. He's able to edge around Mark Johnston, but Johnston, again, using that torque to his advantage, Edwin, is able to get up and around the Mazda going into turn 3.
Now, when we get down to the bottom of the track, that's where you'll see, in fact, already Greenfield with the advantage there. This is where he got that position back early in the race and down the front straightaway. That's Johnston holding on now, but Greenfield to the inside, he'll have the preferred line as they set up for the carousel.
Yeah, and Johnston, he kept the car very tight, drivers right coming down to turn 4. He might have been able, the Greenfield was still back a little bit, might have been able to open that corner and take a traditional exit of the corner and carry more speed down the hill. But Greenfield, great positioning of the car, sticks it to the inside, and that Nissan, not the most nimble of machines. It's very hard to get that car to rotate, and Greenfield was able to take advantage.
Almost a carbon copy of the opening lap, and now you see Greenfield to be able to stretch that out a little bit, and then Johnson there, then Evans back to third, your top 3 ITS cars. That's how they run on track.
All right, actually, let's take a look here, because I think Jeff Lucas
actually right.
in the silver Nissan has gotten around Glenn Evans. Now, the Professor, Lucas, had some motor issues earlier in the season, so this may be a backup motor. Seems to be a little bit off the normal pace of that Nissan, but still holding strong for a podium position right now, is then just a little bit behind. It is the battle of the Miatas with Justin Shepard now running in third position, and again with our ITA leader, Joel Gambino, right behind.
We mentioned earlier how dry it's been, so it's funny. The slightest little off wheel kicks up a huge piece of dust. It looks a lot worse than it is, but just on that last lap, Greenfield just a little bit.
All right, let's take a look at this battle for the lead in B-Spec. Now, going into turn 6, as Tristan Herbert in the light blue Mini Cooper out of Potomac Falls has gotten around Robert Ahern in the green number 99 Mazda 2, as they now have, again, there will be only, I believe, 4 laps remaining here for them as they cross the, actually, it might only be 3 laps remaining as they cross the line. So Herbert jumping out to the lead in a car that he doesn't race with any kind of regularity now, as that car gets very loose coming out of turn 10.
There you see him down the front straightaway, maybe a car length between the two. That's the battle for first and second in class. Now, we'll say, it was Lucas who's up to third, but Johnston's gotten away from Lucas, so your top 3 in ITS have spread out. There's that battle you were talking about into turn 1.
All right, as they go through, and just ahead of our ITB leaders, looks like Murphy Nichols in his ITA Nissan 240SX has some issues, as Peter Doan in the Toyota MR2 makes his way around to move Peter Doan now up in the second position.
Battle there with Herbert continues in B-Spec. We'll pick them up right. Should be coming down the hill here in just a second. There they are. That's the battle for B-Spec lead. Right now, Herbert and Ahern, and they'll hold suit, won't make any move going into there. They should be nose to tail through the carousel in just a handful. In fact, it'll be 2 to go next time.
Time by. And so that small bobble that Murphy Nichols had down in turn 1 in his Nissan, that has now also brought Justin Shepard in the black with orange stripe Mazda Miata, the number 100 car, up to the last podium paying position, moves him up to third. Shepard came into this weekend as running second in the points to Gambino in the ITA championship. So this is going to help him cement that position.
You saw the leaders overall come down the front straightaway. There's your overall leader, Deacon Greenfield. He'll get 1 to go next time by. 1 to go. And he's got a pretty comfortable gap back there to Johnston in second, Lucas in third.
All right, just a reminder to everybody that this is going to be the last race before we break for lunch. We'll be away for about an hour and a half. We'll put the time that we are returning on the screen. I think we'll also put it in the chat, and we'll also, of course, let everybody here in the paddock know because our SSM racers, and that is going to be our first race after lunch, and it's going to be a barn burner. They're going to want to know when to be on grid.
Kevin Fryer, the 98 car, he's pulled the car over to the crossover and parked for the day. So Kevin Fryer out mechanical, and he's parked it for the morning at least.
I think that might leave Alton Fryer as our sole remaining ITB racer here as Deacon Greenfield now comes to the start-finish line. They're showing him the one-to-go board. Hopefully he has less trouble seeing it than we saw seeing him cross the start-finish line there. But just 2 miles and, well, now 9 more turns remain for Deacon Greenfield.
Herbert stays in front of Ahern in that B-Spec battle. They'll be taking the one to go here this time by. There's the leaders for the final time.
So definitely a race of attrition here. Again, in ITS, not so much in ITS, as Jeff Lucas has also managed to get back around Glenn Evans. So it's Greenfield, Johnston, Jeff Lucas, Glenn Evans, your top 4 in ITS. In ITA, it's Gambino, Peter Doan, T. Wade Heron. Doan with his second-generation Toyota MR2. That car has been a challenge from a development standpoint for Peter Doan, but has run very strong here this week, so far this weekend. It's early this weekend, but a great run for him so far. Justin Shepard fourth as Deacon Greenfield now comes underneath the Toyota bridge around turn 10 for the very last time and taking the first ITS win of the weekend in his debut behind the wheel is Deacon Greenfield. Mark Johnston will finish in second in his Nissan 240SX. And now coming out of the final corner in the battle for third. And look at this as Glenn Evans closes things down on Jeff Lucas for the last lap. Jeff Lucas holds off Glenn Evans. Margin there, 0.16 of a second. Evans will finish just off the podium in fourth.
And looking for our B-Spec finish.
Yeah, well, we'll see here. While we wait for them, there's Tristan Herbert, who is going to come across the line and take the win in B-Spec. And that tells me we have a car off, I believe, coming up the hill, Edwin. And it is Robert Ahern in the number 99 machine, I believe. And actually, I'm getting word now that it was over at turn 5 and 6. There is Ahern, who was running second to Herbert in B-Spec as they came there to start the final lap.
They were having a great battle.
Indeed.
And it ends up with the 99 backing into the tire walls. Actually, you see a little damage on the front as well. They were having a great race. You hate for it to end up sitting in the tires.
Indeed. All right, so Tristan Herbert will take the win in B-Spec. Ryan Moran will be elevated to second place. Jim Kohler in the number 95 machine. He will finish in third. ITB, our sole racer remaining at the checkered, is Alton Fryer with son Kevin Fryer finishing in second. Okay, and in ITA, it's Gambino, Doan, and Heron, your top 3 with Murphy Nichols finishing just off the podium. I have received word that, and this is very important for our SSM racers, that you will be back on track at 2:15 this afternoon. That is when we are going to be returning from lunch. Actually, we're going to return about 5 minutes before then. We'll be back on air at 2:10. But SSM racers, you will be on track for your first race of the weekend at 2:15. So with that, Edwin, why don't we all take a quick break for lunch? And we'll be back in about an hour and a half, everybody. Thanks for staying with us here this morning, and rejoin us after lunch.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in.
For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
get a Powerball ticket. So sorry, I got the winner, so but I'll share.
Yeah, I was gonna say that conversation throughout the afternoon. I mean, I know you're only here for, you're only on station for the day. The only thing I've gotten off the SCCA website is that cotton jacket. Most of my other flagger whites I get from the track. Yeah.
Oh, is that all?
No, this is. Yeah. What do you do in work? Yeah, we're here. Weekends, some weekdays, we got HPDEs, mainly motorcycles. Yeah. I'm curious because it's like your job is. Porsche Club has separate flags.
No, my other one.
Oh.
I racing Miata that ran the dog shit out of for 40 years.
Because I made the call and the tower was like, "You come back again?" And that's when Adam came out. I'm like, "Yeah, hey." You have to walnut blast. Freaking it.
Now, I say that, but look at the
I'm a mechanical engineer, man. I can't just sit around and watch TV.
does the suspension work for GM for its Chevrolet models. So John Heinrichs, he comes out here and you'll see him running Vet. Hell, one time he was running a Solstice. He'd run a Sonic. He does all this. He runs all this shit because he's just gathering data.
What engine he had in it. Now he has a built engine now.
Yeah, Mustang donor stuff.
I know you. You followed me? But, actually, I went to go check out the burgundy Miata 127.
Oh, it's under the tarp now.
The one that came down here in the trees.
Yeah.
It cracked the floor pan. It
Oh,
split it
did
in
it?
half. Oh. Yeah.
Saw the windshield smashed up.
Yeah.
They put me on blood thinners.
Welcome back to lunch. I would like to start
Jesus Christ, that looks horrible.
Attention in the paddock. Timothy Frank, please come to the grid. Timothy Frank, to the grid, please.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Edwin Pardue. We got Spencer Gaynor here as well. And welcome back from lunch, everybody. Edwin, feeling nice and full.
Nice and full, but ready for some racing. We come back with a great one to start the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do this. Let's quickly take a look at what we've got coming up the rest of the afternoon here. We've had our first two Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races. We've got now 5 more Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races, as well as the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. 15 laps to the checkered flag. Lots and lots of races and racing this weekend. And next up, as you mentioned, one that we're all waiting for, it is Spec Miata with a full field here. Lots of talented racers, Edwin, always great close racing. Why don't we run down the starting order? They're going to be heading onto the track here for their pace lap in about 4 minutes.
So let's go. Front row, quick qualifier, lap of 128.031, Dayton, Maryland's Ryan Maloney in the 15 car, and then the 8, Jordan Furman, will start next to him. Lots of veteran power in the second row. John Hotz in the 63, Rich Roman in the 11 make up row number 2.
All right, then we've got starting on the inside of row number 3, driving the number 58 machine from Sykesville, Maryland, Colin Murchison. Arif Chasm from Silver Spring. He's driving the Red Line oil machine, and he'll start 6th in the number 98 car. Callan Crocker in the Hang Loose Racing Toyo Tire Mazda from Herndon, Virginia, will start 7th in the 123 car. And Scott Brunk, another wily old veteran, driving the number 79 RP Performance machine. He's going to start 8th.
Row number 5, Jamison Huffman in the 89 car. Sykesville, Maryland's Jack Murchison will go next to him in the 21. Dylan Adele in Herndon, Virginia is in the 75 car, and outside of row number 6, that's Isaac Jordan out of Weehawken, New Jersey. Isaac in the 46.
All right, driving the Mind and Body Clinic Mazda from Nokesville, Virginia is Jay Bindrum. The number 88 car starts lucky 13th. Starting 14th today, my old friend Brent Simonson in the RP Performance Mazda Toyo Mazda. He's from Millersville, Maryland, starting 14th. Starting 15th today in the number 14 car is Andy O'Brien with Mark Rougeau. You always see him on the start stand at IMSA races and here right at Summit Point. Mark is driving the number 2 machine. He's going to start 16th.
A couple Pennsylvania drivers in row number 9. Kevin Gaiman in the 113. David Weeble in the 18. And then go to row number 10. Ron Etzion in the 76, the 65. Driven today by Brooks Hunt.
All right, then, starting 21st today, driving the number 22 Mazda from Potomac, Maryland, it's Mark Sylvia. Oliver Jenkins drives the 83 car. He starts 22nd today in the RP Performance Hardware. Then Rich Euro will start 23rd. Rich is driving the Euro Motorsports Windsor Customs number 61 car. And he's from Fairfax, Virginia. Then perhaps the longest drive, or maybe the longest swim here, Edwin. Starting 24th today, driving the number 35 RT Racing Mazda is Steve Rollo, who's come here all the way from St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. That'll be USVI.
Yeah, I'd like to see his tow vehicle.
I bet you we all will.
All right, row 13, the 56, out of Newcastle, Virginia. That's Jim Hess. Isaac Clark next to him in the 86 out of Culpeper. And then in row number 14, that's Ken Siegel, car number 24 from Ellicott City, Maryland. And then it's Michael Monahan in car number 44. That's row number 14.
All right, on the inside of row number 15, driving the number 199 Sarley Motorsports Mazda, it's Ben Sarley. Ray Seabird Heath in the RHR&L Windsor Customs machine will start 30th. He's out of Mechanicsville, Virginia. Then we got Chase Kovach. Chase is in the RP Performance number 71 machine. He'll start 31st. And then Jack Kellum starting 32nd today. Jack is out of Charlestown, West Virginia, driving the Olsen Vest Weekend Warriors number 39 car.
Starting in 33rd, car number 97. Scott Kane. Next to him is Stephen Bendrum in the 07. And then our next row, there's Jim Roberts out of Mount Joy, PA. Car number 6 is Jim Roberts, West Main Auto Parts. And then next to him, the 96, that's Patrick Sharkett. He is out of Knoxville, Maryland.
All right, let's round out the field with 37th through 40, all represented by RP Performance. In the number 40 machine, starting 37th, it's John Grahor out of Ashburn, Virginia. He'll start alongside Gregory Gale, who drives the number 73 machine. He's from Reston. Then we've got Nathan Reynolds. He is in the number 95 machine out of Stafford, Virginia, and rounding out our 40-car field here today from Round Hill, Virginia, it's Anita Barnes. And there we go as the pace car now, driven by our good friend Graham Taylor, bringing this 40-car field around beautiful 10-turn, 2-mile Summit Point Raceway.
And it's always interesting. They'll want to be sure they get this field nice and tight, 2 by 2. In fact, the corner workers will call them around as they're coming to make sure the starter, because the starter needs to approve that field as they come off the final corner before they'll throw that green flag, keep it really tight. And then I guess the only question is, are they 4 wide or 5 wide into turn number 1? So
they're usually 4 or 5 wide before they get to the starter stand.
Right,
so
right.
Who knows if they're going to be that like that by the time they get to turn 1. So big news here, our pole sitter Ryan Maloney, who was last year's, I believe, Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series SSM champion, on the pole today. I believe this is his first race back in SSM this season. He's been focusing on a Spec Miata program at the national level, getting qualified for the national championship runoffs. And Jordy Fuhrman, sitting on the outside of the front row, he has come such a long way in the last season and a half. Took wins in his initial outing at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course just a few weeks ago. So congratulations to him. Had very strong runs at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt circuit as well. So he starts on the front row. Talked to somebody who I expected to be up there with him, Jamison Huffman, in the number 89 machine. I said, I thought you were running this weekend. He goes, I am. I'm just qualified 9th. So look for him to make a jump. He didn't have the best of qualifying sessions.
You mentioned Huffman, because Huffman's the first car that's out of the minute 28 bracket. Your top 8 cars, really tight up front. The top 8 cars all in that 128, going from a 128.03 to a 128.66. So of the 2 races we saw this morning, your top 10 qualifying here are a lot closer as they take a second warm-up lap here.
There we go. Yep. So 4 miles of reconnaissance here at Summit Point for SSM. And so I was talking a second ago about Jamison Huffman, another racer to watch, and he's starting 11th here today, Edwin, and that is Dylan Adeli, who started off as a rookie last year in SSM, had 2 incredibly good starts, raced in the top 10 as a rookie in this very difficult field, and then went over to the UK where he has been attending college and has been working on the UK equivalent of Formula SAE, has also been doing some Miata racing at circuits like Silverstone, for example. But this is his first race weekend back here in the States and here at Summit Point. And so again, watch for him. He's going to be starting 11th in the number 75 machine.
There they go up over the hill for a final time. This time now, in fact, they're already starting to get 2 by 2. Field looks pretty good there down the chute. They'll get them all bunched up, and we'll look for a green this time. To give you an idea, the Spec Miata SM cars we had this morning, about a second a lap faster than these SSM in qualifying. Just to give you an idea of the difference.
And so the SSM cars, they have a sealed motor program, and one of the regulations is that they all have to be dynoed at the beginning of the season, and they have a very limited window as to how much power they can put out. I think between 105 and 108 horsepower, which is about 20 to 25 down from what the Spec Miatas race. In addition to that, all of these SSM cars, they are on either the older Toyo RA1 or the Toyo Proxys R888 tires, which don't quite have the grip levels of the Spec Miatas with their Spec Hoosier tires.
And here we go. You see pace car on pit road. Greg, bring us to the green here.
All right. It is Ryan Maloney in the blue number 15 with the red number 8 of Jordy Fuhrman on the outside of the front row. Starter is going to look over the field and take our word for it. You can actually see the green flag flying. There we go. We are racing once again here at Summit Point, as the inside lane led by Ryan Maloney, getting a big push from our Spec Miata winner, John Hotz, go down into turn 1 side by side. And now we've got the blue 15 of Maloney. He actually had enough of a lead that he was able to move over to driver's left and open up that corner, carry more speed than everybody behind him, who was still side by side, 2 by 2, as they come out from behind the horseshoe. And it is now John Hotz who slots in the second ahead of Jordy Fuhrman, but it is still right back behind him Colin Murchison, Rich Roman, another former SSM champion and defending B-Spec national champion, as well as Kalen Crocker, still coming down the hill 2 by 2.
Yeah, and Fuhrman there tried to take a line to take the top spot, ended up costing him, let Hotz get by, so he'll fall to third, but a long way to go. And you see him sort of bobbing and weaving down the hill for the very first time.
Yeah, and still, as we're going 3/4 of the way back through the pack, where they are door to door, going through the tightest section of the track. But now as they make it through the carousel, and again, as we've talked before, Edwin, how important it is to carry as much speed up the hill. 3 wide probably isn't the fast way to do it, especially that inside car who really had to compromise his exit speed, and he actually ends up losing a position as our leaders come out of turn 10 for the first time onto the front straight. They're all going to follow Ryan Maloney across the center line over to the right-hand side of the track as they come down the front straight. It's Maloney, Hotz, Fuhrman, Crocker moving up into 4th position ahead of Rich Roman, Colin Murchison, Scott Brunk, Arif Chasm, Murchison, and Dylan Adeli works his way up into 10th position.
Maloney's running out there by himself by a few car lengths. You saw Hotz and Fuhrman trying to maybe gang up a little bit here, try to do a little drafting down that front straightaway. If they can run tandem like that, they can make a run next time we get to turn 1.
All right. One driver we're going to have to watch for, Edwin, and I talked about him during that pace-up, Jamison Huffman in the white number 89, much like back in July where that car had issues with its transponder. I think we're seeing that exact same problem again. We're showing that he did not even take the start of the race. I believe he's out there, and I think he might be the second of the 2 white cars there where he made up a couple positions, but we'll track that the next time he comes across the start-finish line. We'll probably end up seeing our timing and scoring folks having to manually insert him into the race order on our ticker on the side of the screen.
So let's see, here comes Hotz and Fuhrman. They're running 2nd and 3rd. The idea is 2 cars like that can run faster than the guy out front alone.
Right.
And it's just, do they decide to work together? They may not be close enough right here. They little bit of a gap up to first place and not, they'll gain some down the front straightaway, but they had too much. If they could be maybe 2 car lengths behind him, then they can tag up and go. But Maloney is out there running by himself. Fast race car all on his own, but Rich Roman back there in, I believe, 5th spot just did the fast lap of the race.
And a matter of fact, I just was able to track this. You'll see 2 white cars side by side going through turn 1. That is Jamison Huffman and Rich Roman. So Huffman, who started in 9th position, worked his way up in the 5th on the opening lap. He's there side by side with Rich Roman. They are still door to door now as they go into turn number 3. And I believe Huffman now has made that made that position stick as they go down the hill.
Yeah, Roman lost a couple spots. He lost that spot to Huffman and then lost another spot, I believe, to Crocker on the opening lap. So Rich has got some work to do here now in this race, losing a couple spots on the first lap. And you see him right there, he is tucked in right behind Huffman. Great shot in the carousel. That is the 4th and 5th place cars.
And now in the 58 machine, the black number 58, leading that second large pack is Colin Murchison. Last month here for the July MARRS at Summit Point, Colin Murchison had an amazing run where he started off tail end of the field and worked his all the way up to 4th position, having picked off, I think, 24 cars. If I remember, somewhere 24 or 25 machines, and it doesn't have as much to work through now, but it's still a long way until he can find his way up to both Roman and Huffman ahead.
That dust you see, there was one car, just did a quick 2 off and back on, kept going. But like I said, it's so dry, just a little 2 off can kick up a ton of dust, but we stay green all the way around. Everybody's kind of settled out. A few still side by side, but you won't see this field get real strung out. But I'm very impressed, back to the leader, Maloney, by himself, and he's actually opened that gap up a little bit. And now you see Roman still trying to dig back, claw back a couple of those positions.
Indeed. And Jordy Fuhrman now, I don't know if it's because maybe he thought that John Hotz wasn't going to be a good enough partner to get up to Ryan Maloney ahead, or if he just felt that he had a little bit more pace. But Jordy Fuhrman now move him up in the 2nd position. John Hotz back into 3rd. And Hotz now's got Crocker to contend with, and Roman and Huffman as well. And I think we saw this at the July MARRS here at Summit Point, that John Hotz's Spec Miata a little bit stronger on pace relatively than the SSM car. So he's now finding himself having to hold on to positions here under race pace.
Come by, they'll complete 4 laps here. Here's the leaders back off turn number 10. Let's see what that gap is for Maloney. Yeah, he's still out just a little bit. He may be about a half a second up front of Fuhrman, as you said, who's back into 2nd, Hotz into 3rd. Here come the leaders into turn number 1. And we'll see now that Fuhrman's gotten clear, as you see one car to the inside. Was that Roman? I believe
that is Rich Roman, who's left Jamison Huffman behind. And Roman picking up a couple positions there. So he now moves up in the 4th position, getting around Callan Crocker as they make the run down into turn number 3. And then about 4 car lengths back from there is Jamison Huffman in the 89 machine. Colin Murchison, another 4 car lengths back from there in 7th.
So the 11 car has picked back up the 2 spots he lost on the opening lap and now goes to work on John Hotz. Remember, those guys started on the 2nd row together. Hotz and Roman, here they are back together again.
Ooh, big wiggle a little bit further back from Arif Kazim in the red number 98 machine. Under braking, the rear end got very loose on him as he tried to get that car squared up.
We're looking, saw a little smoke there too. That was maybe just a little bit of a lockup. Could not tell who it was as we wait now for the leaders back into the final corner. Fuhrman has kind of opened some space back to Hotz, but he's not gaining any on Maloney. So he got by Fuhrman, and there you see Fuhrman got by Hotz, but just cannot make any inroads into Maloney's lead. But definitely he wanted to get by Hotz. Hotz might have been holding him up a little bit.
Exactly, and as I think he's finding, though, is that and now Roman looks down to the inside of John Hotz. So move Rich Roman now up into 3rd position as we've got a car off on the outside of turn number 8. That is the 75 machine. That belongs to Dylan Adeli. As we mentioned, the young driver back from the UK, and not a great return for him. But he is very close to the track surface. That will likely bring out a full course caution, but we'll wait to hear what race control decides.
Yeah, sometimes they'll give him just a moment, see if they can back out on their own and keep going. So they'll give him a moment, and if not, they will need to go get him where he is. A little too close to the track there. So we'll see. Keep an eye on what they do in the corners. But again, they'll usually give him a moment or two, especially if the pack's together, there's some open track. Give him a little time to see if he can get rolling on his own. If so, you stay green. Maloney just reset fast lap. So.
Yeah, and we're getting word now that car probably Edwin, not going to be able to move out under its own power, that there's a good amount of damage to the left front of that machine when it nosed into the wall. So again, we're still green here with a local caution at turn 8, right at the bottom of the hill. You see the flaggers there giving the yellow flags. Let the drivers know that there's incident ahead. There's no passing in that area, but once they get past the incident, Edwin, they're free to pass in SCCA racing. So we may still see passes coming down here into turn 10.
And I was going to explain that too. So maybe there's some folks watching who don't watch a lot, and they say, well, why isn't the caution out? Well, the caution is out in that section. And so you've got a local yellow, and then you can go back to racing.
All right, and we have heard that they have deployed the emergency services teams to try and hook that car up, pull it out from the wall, and unfortunately, there they are. We'll see if they can get that car out and out of the way. You notice they position that truck to protect the workers and the volunteers as well as the driver there from the racers that do come down, slow their pace considerably through that section of the course. But otherwise, again, around the course, we are green now with 9 laps remaining in this 15-lap race. Maloney, your leader. Jordy Fuhrman, second. Rich Roman, who had just reset the fast lap of the race. He is currently running in third, almost, that last time by, right around the same pace as our leaders. But this is probably a prime opportunity for Fuhrman and for Roman to maybe make some ground up on our leaders.
So there you saw Roman going in the corner, still ahead of Hotz. He's got about a 1 second gap. And now it looks like we are going to go full course.
Full course.
Yellow. Okay.
Yeah, indeed. And here's a big change, though, Edwin. Watching as they came down in the turn, as we've got a car that's just gone off at turn 1 into the gravel trap. Local caution there. We'll see if it's able to rejoin, and we'll get the number on that in a moment. But it looks as though Rich Roman, going down into turn 1, was actually able to get by Jordy Fuhrman to move up into second position. As, again, he has been, since the drop of the green flag, been the fastest driver on course. Last time by was almost 0.2 faster than Fuhrman.
So we've got 8 to go. Not a lot of tire damage there. This should be just snatch that car up and move, and we'll see what the situation down in 1 is, but should be fairly quick to get that car out of the way.
Indeed. So, again, we are going to a full course caution as they try to get that car retrieved. And, if this wasn't before the full course caution came out, a prime opportunity for Fuhrman or for Rich Roman. And again, we believe Roman now. And indeed, as they come by us on the front straight, Rich Roman is your new second place racer. There he is in that the white number 11. This restart is going to be a prime opportunity because that 4 or 5 car length advantage that Ryan Maloney had built up early on in this race, it's now gone.
Let's do a quick top 10. Ryan Maloney leads. He started first. He continues to run first. So we mentioned Rich Roman second. Rich started in 4th, fell to 6th. Now he's clawed his way back up to second place. Fuhrman, who started second, he's back to 3rd. John Hotz, the 63 car, is 4th. Kellen Croker in the 123 is 5th. Jamison Huffman, the 89 car, 6th. Colin Murchison in the 58. Scott Brunk in the 79. Jack Murchison in the 21 car is 9th. And Arif Kazim in the 98 car is 10th. So that's a quick look at your top 10.
All right, well, and as we are under full course caution, this is a great opportunity, Edwin, for me to call our next group to the very empty grid. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 4. That's Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race group 4, please head to the grid. Your 15-lap race is next.
I was just going through seeing who have been some of our movers here. Jamison Huffman, 9th to up to 6th. So he's made a few moves here. Also, let's see, where did Crocker start?
Crocker
seventh. So it's picked up 2 spots up to 5th. So Crocker and Huffman have improved a little bit, but still within the top 10.
Indeed. Arif Kazim, who started this race 6th, he now finds himself in 10th position in that red number 98 machine. The 2 Murchison brothers, Jack the elder, Colin the younger. Colin, I believe, only just now 15 years of age, now sitting in 7th position in the 58 car. Older brother Jack, who's put some time in Spec MX5, as well as I believe had his very first pro race in the MX5 Cup, Global MX5 Cup earlier this year down at St. Petersburg. He currently sits in 9th.
So now if you're Rich Roman, you're like, all right, guys, let's get back to it, because Rich has got the car running. They're still working on there. That car nosed in, and so if there's a lot of frontage damage, it's not, it's not always the easy snatch it up and go kind of thing. And so depending on kind of the damage of that car, it can take a little bit. And those guys are working as quick as they can, because they take a lot of pride in preserving as much green flag racing as you can. Now, you see on your timing and scoring, Jamison Huffman to the lead. That's simply a kind of a fluke in the timing scoring. As you mentioned, they're putting him in manually. They probably plugged him in with an extra lap, so we'll get that one fixed here in just a minute. But Maloney in the 15 continues to lead.
I mean, he may have just set a new track record.
Well, he did. 6 seconds.
6 seconds. Congratulations, Jamison Huffman. You are, without a doubt, the fastest racer ever at Summit Points, at the main Summit Point circuit here.
Actually, big thank you to the folks in timing and scoring, because when you have to sit there and put somebody in manually, it is a bit of a pain. So nicely done.
All right. It sounds as though they may have sent some additional equipment over to that incident. And just as you suspected, Edwin, as they tried to get that car out from where it was embedded in the tire wall, probably noticed that there was more front end damage, that they couldn't just pull it out and then flat tow it, basically hook a rope up to it and tow it back to the pits. They were going to need to put it on this rollback, and the challenge here then becomes, you'll notice how much of a track blockage there is currently. So the safety car is going to need to gently guide the field.
There you go.
Through that one little opening on the track surface.
So next time by, there'll be 5 to go. We should, me and my bad predictions, we should still have a couple of green flag laps.
Yeah, we've got still about 13 minutes on the clock, which, again, at about, with these racers, their fastest laps in the just under a minute and a half, should easily, assuming we're not yellow for many more laps, allow them to get to the checkered flag based on the full 15-lap distance.
Maloney, Roman, Furman, your top 3. Again, single file restart, and that restart will come as soon as they come off the corner. Guys will start kind of getting a little bit racy and then try to make a pass into one. Hotz and Roman were having a good race earlier, but Hotz has now kind of settled there into 4th place. But Crocker, Jamison, Murchison, those guys running just off podium right now.
Yeah.
A couple cars get side by side and get to racing, and now you draw them right back into the race.
Yeah, indeed. And again, we had really 2 packs up at the front that were separated out. With those gaps now gone, it is going to be incredibly important for these racers to be aware of when those yellow flags are withdrawn at the different corners. If you're not in the top 5, if you're going to want to be watching that corner station going into turn 10 to see when those flags come down, because in SCCA racing, as opposed to some of the pro ranks, there's no restart zone. You don't have to wait until you get to the start-finish line. As soon as those yellow flags come down, it's on. You can race. You can pass people. And matter of fact, I think we saw that in the SSM race when we had the short full course caution. Or probably in the improved touring race, the race that we had just before lunch where that happened. So we'll watch here. The other challenge is, right at the front of the field, Edwin, that when the safety car pulls off, Ryan Maloney cannot increase his speed dramatically. Can't necessarily start racing to the green flag. But those other racers, they'll have to. They don't want to let him get away as they go down the front straight.
Beautiful day today. There is some track temperature. That sun's warming up, but you see the cars are still keeping some tire temperature in there. A little weaving to keep tire temps up. It's a nice day, but under sun like this, you'll still get some track temperature. But on a restart, that can be critical. Spin a tire on a restart or something like that. So let's see. Do we get a pace car in this lap? They may. We shall see.
All right, so our emergency services vehicles are on the pit lane now, and indeed they're going to bring the pace car in. Late decision, but the right decision, and we're going to go back to racing this time by when Ryan Maloney leads the rest of the field onto the front straight and across the finish line. We'll have 4 laps remaining here at Summit Point. Maloney now leads the field as the starter is looking them over, making sure they're keeping up a nice pace, and there we go. Green flag is in the air, and we are back underway. And there you go, Edwin, as Rich Roman is now pulled right alongside Ryan Maloney as they go down into turn 1. And, as you said it, if you can be alongside in underbraking in the 1, you can definitely make up a position going around the outside and setting yourself up for turn 3.
Look at Fuhrman, though, that red car. He took advantage of that start. Now, Roman, will he transfer over into the preferred line? Let's take a look, and hold on, we got somebody off in 1. Here we see him getting back. There he is, getting back on track. So we should, eventually getting back on track, doing a little off-roading, eventually getting back on track, and back on track. So it should be good.
Well,
not
quite yet. He may have broken something there as he's staying off to the inside in the grass there. Oh, let's see. Now he pulls back on. All right.
There we go. All right, let's pick up our leaders. Let's see if Roman held on to that, because we kind of got involved in the other incident there. But Roman and Fuhrman, here come the leaders now. We'll pick them up. And is it Maloney back out front? Indeed, it is. Ryan Maloney's recaptured that top spot. Roman in second, and then I think Hotz has gotten to third. Fuhrman may have fallen to fourth
position
in the shuffle.
All right, so that car that we saw come down the long way and rejoin, that was the number 14 of Andy O'Brien, who was running 17th at the time. He's going to fall a lot further back than that as our leaders come and start now lap number lucky 13 with Ryan Maloney still your leader. Rich Roman second, Fuhrman third, Hotz fourth.
Tip of the cap to Jack Murchison. Murchison, the 21 car, he started 10th. He has taken advantage of all the action in front of him. Murchison is now up to 5th spot in the 21. Maloney's got a little bit of that gap again. Boy, look at Hotz now in 3rd place. So the podium right now, Maloney, Roman, and
John Hotz.
Yeah. So again, having a little scoring issue with Huffman, but it's all right.
Too many white cars up at the front of the field there. And actually now, looking at it, as Fuhrman has fallen back to 4th behind Huffman. So yeah, indeed, it's Maloney, Roman, Huffman. The timing for the moment is correct. John Hotz is the 3rd white car, currently running in 5th.
So Hotz in that lap went from 3rd to 5th. Yeah. Oh my gosh, a lot going on. And this time by, I think there'll only be 2 to go.
2 more laps.
This time by.
Attention in the paddock, second call for Race Group 4, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid.
Fuhrman is trying to get back up on the podium.
And we've got multiple cars off into the gravel over at turn 10. And one of them has rejoined. 2 of them have not. And, we've got, I think, multiple cars that came together, I believe. Well, I'm not. Let me see if I can get some numbers for you here.
Yeah, still 2 of them sitting down there. One car is trying to get out.
One is the number 9. And the other one still there and is moving somewhat is the 34. 4. So the number 9 car, that is Ray Seabird Heath, and Ray had lots of issues. Had a mechanical issue, I believe, at the last MARRS race. He's now off in the gravel, the 34 machine. That is, we'll get the number on the 34 in a second, but we've just received word that they're going to checker this race a lap early. And so Ryan Maloney now leads the field underneath the Toyota bridge and into turn 10. It is Ryan Maloney, Rich Roman second, Jamison Huffman third, and I think that's going to be how it ends as Ryan Maloney takes the first FSM win of the weekend. Roman will finish half a second
another
back.
car spins into the gravel.
And we've got 2 more cars in the gravel there. I'm wondering if there's maybe fluid down towards the outside of the track as it's turning into a big parking lot there. Furman's going to finish 4th behind Jamison Huffman. Then Jack Murchison works his way up to 5th. John Hotz will fall to 6th. Colin Murchison 7th. Arif Kazem 8th. Jay Bindrum 9th. Brooks Hunt in the number 65 car will finish in 10th.
And there's some debris there in the track as well. So this will be quite a bit of...
So we've got the 2 car in the gravel now as well, and I believe the other car is the 83. So Mark Rougeau in the orange number 30, and then Oliver Jenkins in the white number 83 car. So we've got 4 cars in the gravel trap. There was one other driver involved in the very first incident. Green car. I don't think it was Jack Kellum. I'll try and get the number. Actually, it might have been, given how he fell back a number of positions. I think the other racer involved might have been Jack Kellum in that initial 3-car incident over at turn 10.
Oh, that was more excitement for the end of that one than you would like. My gracious.
Indeed. All right, so let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and I'm guessing we're going to have a little extended downtime here as we've got a lot of cars to retrieve from turn 10 after we go to break. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we are going to take hopefully a short commercial break. We'll update you if things start to run a little bit long, but we ask that you stay with us for more racing action from Summit Point. It's the 2025 Labor Day Mars Spectacular.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride? No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
I responded to, I'm giving them a hand signal, and they're like, what?
They'll always want to do one Saturday where we ban. And it got you to the tree. Exactly. I try to tell these people that,
I think it's gonna adrenaline's a hard concept to grasp for most.
What was it? You got it 7 BRR here many years ago. I was working at 17 in the surf.
Personal property taxes, everything was going up. Even my damn motorcycles went up. I'm going, they ain't worth any more freaking money.
Bruce and I were working turn there. He goes, which one you want? I said, I'll take that one. He says, all right, I got that one. So we go to respond. I get to the guy and I bend over and I'm like, you all right? And he says, Mama, where am I? Oh. from medical come down and tell this guy not to get in a race car because he's a little bit off right now.
Control to rescue 1. Control to rescue 1.
What track we at? Pocono. I said, okay. Which direction you going? That way. I said, that's too long. I don't think you're going anywhere. You can't stop me. I said, I don't know. I might be stretching my authority, but I'm stopping you. Like that. Because he tried when he was 14 when he first started driving. So now he can, okay.
I think it's 16 with the parents.
I think SCCA would let anybody do it if you can show your
this 14 right.
I went back master's in systems engineering at Johns Hopkins. The government paid for it, every bit of it. Like, yeah.
Systems engineering design and then startups.
Yeah.
But they kept sending them all over.
If he drives for long enough and sees a few more crashes, this might not be as bad as what he sees in the future.
Now his here was, it was like frightening. You guys run out and you come back and look at me and go, like, what do you mean? It's just. He said, hey, I'm done. He said, I don't want to hear about it. Turn it in Friday. Yeah. Because the manager doesn't want to have to go find out something. Him and another guy came into here side by side, and I don't think either one of them actually turned in. They just drove right at your hot tub full throttle. It's such a great point of entry. Yeah, I can't convince people that government wastes so much. And people just.
Of course, me and the guy I was with, we were way back about halfway from the track because open wheels and it don't work. I've seen some crazy crap.
I think they want you to Pocono pace car full Coachella about her behavior.
And whenever we're developing control to all stations, I would like to begin a clear and double yellow course check, beginning at 1.
Yes, John.
Turn here and avoid turn 1 and 2. Oh, absolutely.
Well, I call it what I call it. Sudden spectacular mayhem. Sudden spectacular mayhem. SSM. Maybe gotta rewind the.
He's not. I used to be a little more active on Facebook. He's not, and so she would Facebook me and everything. So
Shooting all over me. I remember. I'm watching it, cross the start finish line, pulled it right off. Done. And then the worst part, I'm standing in tech. You and me difference. He's there, I'm here. And he never said bug to me. Okay. Well, that's what pisses me off more than anything. All you got to do is come up and say, hey, sorry.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It's a 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Edwin Pardue. We got Spencer Gaynor here behind us pushing all the buttons like the stuff he just pushed to make our names come up on screen, Edwin.
I'm just watching the dancing on pit out.
I think that is Joelle Pence
giving us a wave
with the Minnie Mouse hands.
There you go.
Who's going to be our splitter from this race? I heard she just came back from a wild African safari, which I think is apropos that she's got likely a South African made GT40 replica right in front of her there on the pit lane. It's going to be our pace car for our Spec Racer Ford race here. Coming up next, we go from Spec Mazdas to tube-frame Spec Racer Ford machines. I think all of the ones that we have here today, as I look up and down the grid, are all of the third-generation type with their 1.6-liter aluminum Ford motors back behind the driver. Why don't we run down the starting order and we'll pick it up from there.
Let's start up front. Sam Schechter out of Boyd's, Maryland. Lap time of 1:19.859 puts the Surf Shop number 55 on the pole. Next to him, the 27, Theo Pepis out of Clifton, New Jersey. He's in car 27. Row 2, Joe Blanks. He's in the 74. And Stephen Shue, the 81 car, is on the outside of the second row.
All right, starting on the inside of row number 3 in 5th position, driving the number 09 MSI DFAT Services Spec Racer Ford from Gibson Island, Maryland. It's Matthew Polk. Liam Kerper this week racing for Doggone Racing. He's driving the number 44 machine. He's out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania, starts 6th. Jason Pintar from Flemington, New Jersey, will start 7th in the number 56 Spec Racer Ford. And then Jeff Valentino from Cortland Manor, New York, representing the New York region of the SCCA. He's going to start 8th in the 68 machine.
We'll go to row number 5 in the 38 car. The Windsor Customs machine. That's Chris Windsor, and next to him, Keith Frazier out of Annapolis, Maryland, the alltackle.com car number 7. And row 6, there's Mike Thomas out of Milton, New Jersey, the Triple T machine. He is in car number 99. So it's Windsor, Fraser, Thomas, and Minkin.
All right, and then starting lucky 13th today, driving the number 50 Spec Racer Ford out of Milwaukee. He's representing the Milwaukee region. He's out of Coon Valley, Wisconsin. It's Kyle Hurlitsky. Then we got Andrew Waldorf out of Leonardtown, Maryland. He drives the number 13 machine. Starts on the outside of row number 7 and 14th. Kevin Silbert in the Surf Shop Spec Racer Ford from Columbia, Maryland, will start 15th today. And then J. Mark Wendling in a Doggone Racing entry representing the Northern New Jersey region, starts 16th.
Row number 9, Michael Amania in car number 8, the Cornerstone Financial Machine. And then it's Dave Lanning, car number 16. Starting 19th, Brad Gould out of Greensboro, North Carolina, another one of the Doggone Racing machines. And then there's Phil Ackley, car number 80 out of Vienna, Virginia. He'll start 20th.
All right, and rounding out the field, starting 21st today, driving the number 31 machine, another Doggone Racing entry. It is Bruce Kreminga with Alan Rothman from the Surf Shop and Freehold, New Jersey, starting 22nd. He drives the number 79 Spec Racer Ford. And then rounding out this 23-car field, driving the number 33 Sterling Acceptance Corporation machine, it's Dave Trossel from Annapolis, Maryland.
Good field of cars. I believe this is a one and go, so we should see them. In fact, they're already getting side by side, so the field will get ready to go. Beautiful pace car leading the way, and should see green next time by. Just waiting for our timing and scoring.
Yeah, trying to get that squared away, and I'll see if I can make some changes at least a little bit here. Let's see if I can bring this up. There we go. I'll get yours fixed up in just a minute if we can. In the meantime.
All good, sir. All good. All right, we'll look for him to get side by side here, and pace car, beautiful pace car, will pop on. In fact, they're saying now lights are out at 8. We'll see him when he comes back up, dive onto pit road, and we should be green. Yeah, everybody's side by side. Field looks good. He'll make the turn onto pit road. Will be green flag racing, 15 laps here. Spec Racer Fords, they'll come under the bridge in just a moment. Pace car will turn. Yep, pace car onto pit lane. They're headed for the green. Take us to the green. Here's Greg Ginsburg.
All right, Sam Schechter in the light blue, number 55, to the inside. To the outside, the dark blue 27 of Theo Pepe's. They have the field with Joe Blank, Stephen Shu directly behind. Starter looks over the field. Green flag is in the air. We're racing once again here at Summit Point as Schechter inches over to driver's right, tries to influence Pepe's, gives them not a lot of racing room there as they come down on the braking into turn number 1. But Pepe's holds strong. He's right alongside Schechter as they come off the brakes into the horseshoe at turns 1 and 2. Stephen Shu in the green and white number 81 machine, very close behind, and he slots into 4th place now behind Joe Blanks, who moves up in the 4th. It sounds like we had a couple cars crowding the apex there at turn 2. A lot of dust in the air. I think Jeff Leontino might have lost a position to Matthew Polk as they come down the hill.
Well, 3rd, 4th, and 5th there. They were 3 wide into turn 1. That got a couple people shuffled out of line and a couple cars still side by side into that left-hander.
All right, and they are not done yet as a big puff of smoke there on the overrun. I believe that was from Jason Pintar in the 56 machine along with Keith Frazier. And as they now make their way out of the carousel and up the hill, as now Schechter making a very strong move, carries a lot of pace through that bottom section of the course, opens up 4 car lengths as they come underneath the bridge, onto the front straight and away as Pepe slots in the 2nd. And that is Liam. I thought that perhaps it was Pintar who moved up in the 2nd. It was actually, in the 3rd. It was actually Liam Kerper in the number 44 machine moving over to Doggone Racing this weekend after racing for WNA for a very long time. Kerper in the 44. Now your 3rd place runner, Stephen Shu, who many times Stephen has some issues getting some heat in the rear tires to start off a race. He holds steady into 4th position with Jason Pintar in the Gulf livery number 56. In 5th position with Chris Windsor in the number 38 machine. That's a car that we haven't seen for about a year. He is now sitting in 6th.
Kerper is the one on the move right now. Liam Kerper to 3rd. In fact, he's not settling for that. You saw Kerper in that shot right there in the left-hander. Kerper tried to get by Pepe's there, now into the carousel. You see the leaders just going out of the shot there. It's still Schechter, Pepes, and Kerper, but Kerper's the car on the move in the tire tracks of that 27 car in front of him.
All right, I know Liam has been getting some coaching from Morgan Burkhardt in the last number of weeks. Burkhardt, of course, was the pole sitter in Spec Racer Ford at the National Championship runoffs back in 2023. So certainly somebody who could tell you how to set a fast lap. And I believe Burkhardt also doing a lot of data coaching with the Spec Racer Ford racers here this weekend at Summit Point. As Schechter into 55, Theo Pepe's now heading down into turn 1 with Kerper very close behind. Those 3 racers starting to separate themselves from Stephen Shu and Jason Pintar now, who fall back maybe 4 car lengths back from our top trio.
Kerper was literally tucked underneath the 27 car into 1. Now there's maybe a car length of distance between them. There they go up over the hill, and you're exactly right. They've opened up a little space to Shu in the 4th place car. Schechter leads the way. He's got a bit of a gap, maybe a half second, and now there's Kerper again, this time looking to the right. But again, if you can stay on the outside, it's going to come back to you in the carousel. But I don't think, no, he wasn't quite far enough up along decks to him.
You really need to be almost even with the car up ahead in order to set up for turn 6 here, because that run out of turn 5 to turn 6 is so short. And if you get forced to the outside at turn 5, so many marbles out there, even at this point, it's really hard to get the power down.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot of track there because that really tightens up. Well, he's going to try it here. Here he comes off turn number 10, and this time Kerper's got a very good run. He'll go all the way down the front straightaway, try to pop out as they come down. There they go past start-finish line, staying in line for now, but will he look for something? He will. As they go into turn number 1, you see Kerper try to look to the inside. Does he have the spot? He may. He's underneath, and I think he gets the pass done.
nicely done as he rolls off the brakes just a little bit later than Theo Pepes, and Kerper now takes over second position. Move Pepes back in the third. Stephen Shu still holding off Jason Pintar and Chris Windsor in that second pack. And it looks like Shu has actually started to separate himself out from that Gulf liveried 56 of Pintar and Chris Windsor behind. Then another about 6 car lengths back to Matt Polk and Joe Blanks.
Kerper has gone from 6th to 2nd in 3 laps, but all that racing now about a full second to get up there to catch Schechter. Schechter's led from the start. Kerper was back there. He's had to work through the field a little bit. He's to 2nd now. Your timing and score, you see, that'll reset when they go past start-finish, but he's going to try to reel in, and there they are, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. 5th and 6th is a good battle. Pintar and Windsor battling for that position. The leaders are off 10.
Yeah, and let's see here as they come to the stripe, Edwin, how much time Kerper's able to make up, if he's able to make up any time on Schechter, and he does. As a matter of fact, he resets a fast lap. But one thing that I noticed as they were down in the carousel is that Kerper's car, at least early on in this race, is set up very, very loose. Got a lot of rotation at the first part of the carousel going into turn 6A. Thought he might have lost a little bit of time there. But the other part of that is as that car walked around, it actually put him on a little bit straighter trajectory coming into turn 7. And that last time by, he was almost a quarter of a second faster than our leader Schechter.
Pepes in the 27, now under attack from that green and white machine right there. That is Stephen Shu, the 81. Shu took a little bit of a peek into turn 1. They settled down. They'll stay single file. But Shu, who started there in the 4th spot, he is now trying to get back by Theo Pepes as they go down into the corner. Pepes holds him off for now, but that's the battle for the last step on the podium here with 11 laps remaining.
All right, nice little battle a little bit further back in the field as we're watching him now come through the carousel. That is David Lanning in the 16, Kevin Silbert in the 14, Mike LaMena in the blue number 8, and then Kyle Herlitzky in the 50 machine. And LaMena, we saw a little bit earlier, had a good run in SSM, or probably in Spec Miata. He had a pretty big wreck with this car at the last MARRS race here at Summit Point. He also has got some coaching from Morgan Burkhardt, but looks like that car maybe not completely straight, a little bit off pace from where he normally runs with the number 8 machine.
Somebody taking a peek here into turn number 1. Won't get it done. Won't get by. Yeah, you mentioned Liam Kerper. He still has fast lap, and he's cut that gap now down to a half second. So
yeah, so he knocked off about a quarter of a second on the prior lap. This time, Edwin, 0.4 of a second. So he's coming, and he's coming fast. That he ought to be within a couple car lengths and within the draft if he keeps up this same pace.
They should be going, through the carousel. We'll see him now. Here come the leaders your way, Schechter and Kerper. And Kerper should be, within maybe 2 car lengths. Then there's Pepes. Shu's dropped back a little bit. Shu now getting some pressure from Pintar as they come up the hill. Here's your leaders off turn number 10. It's Schechter and Kerper. That gap, we'll measure it this time by, was half a second. It's now down to 0.3 of a second. Is he close enough into 1 to make a run at him? He's not right now, but here comes Pintar on Shu.
Yeah, indeed. I would say in that lead pack, saw that Kerper got on the brakes a little bit earlier than Sam Schechter. I think he's trying to get the braking done a little bit earlier, a little bit softer, maybe roll onto the throttle a little bit earlier, and that's where he's picking up speed. But in that battle for 3rd position right now with Theo Pepes, and then right behind Stephen Shu, Jason Pintar. Pintar to the inside on Shu, and Shu runs wide through the gravel. He's going to give up that position, I believe, to Jason Pintar. So move Pintar up in the 4th, and Chris Windsor might be able to take advantage of that as well, and he does. So now move Pintar back to 6th position, Chris Windsor up in the 5th.
Yeah, Windsor had reeled them in, and then when Shu had that little off to the right, lost a couple spots. So nice job of Windsor just putting himself in the right place. And they're the leaders again. That is now 1 car length as we've got 9 to go.
All right, I want to look a little bit further back in the field if we can. We've got 2 drivers who are side by side coming down into turn 1. This is the battle for 21st position between Dave Trossel, who just now gets passed by Brad Gould to move Gould up into 21st in the 197 machine. Edwin, real neat story. I met Brad Gould online during COVID as he was racing Spec Racer Fords on the iRacing platform. Had never been behind the wheel of a real-life Spec Racer Ford. He came out to the DC Region's Competition Racing School, and I think it was 2021 or 2022, solely to see what the difference was between the real-life machine and what he had been racing online. Went through the driver's school and said, I have to do this more often. And so he's been coming out every Labor Day. He's come out and flagged for us as well. So put in some volunteer time, and he's actually come out this weekend with his partner Mallory. I met her last night at registration. Mallory actually used to work on a Trans Am team in a previous life, and so she's out. She's Dave's crew chief here this weekend.
And those are the stories.
Or Brad's crew chief, I'm sorry.
Where you come from sitting on the sidelines, and next thing you know, you're out here at the racetrack racing. Battle for the lead, still good here. Let's see where Schechter, in fact, it's really good right now. There they go by, and they are literally now nose to tail. Will this be? There you go. You see them on the screen right there. Here they come into 1. They've got some traffic.
Yeah, they're coming up on that duo of Trossel and Gould that we were just talking about a moment ago. And so our flaggers at turn 1 displaying the blue and yellow flag to let those racers know faster cars, faster traffic are behind them.
I'm trying to see there. Okay, Windsor to 5th. Pintar still in 4th. Okay, Pepes has been the one been able to hang on to 3rd, but he's been under a lot of pressure, and now the leaders are back up over the hill. Kerper's giving the leader everything he can take right now. Here they are. Look at how tight they are.
All right, Kerper taking a look to the outside for a moment, gets back in line, and still this fight. The fight now between, between Jason Pintar and Chris Windsor for 4th position, as Windsor is just filling Pintar's mirrors at almost every single corner. I guess it's easier to look behind than look forward here. As they round turn 8 now, and coming up the hill, Windsor about a half a car length back, and they've really started to lose Stephen Shue behind. Shue is not part of that conversation any longer. As our leaders come across the stripe, and as they do, Kerper just 12 hundredths of a second behind at the line, and that is Theo Pepe's going by Brad Gould on his way down into turn number 1.
Kerper's trying to make that outside move stick. Just can't quite keep that line on the outside. Then he has to tuck back in single file. Now he's to the outside or driver's right, trying to find a spot if he can hang on. And just he's that close, because if he can hang on until he gets to the top of the hill, the spot's his. Now he's shifted over. He's trying to go driver's left. That'll be the preferred spot when they get down to the bottom of the hill.
And he's got a little bit of overlap there, and now he's got the inside position, but gets on the brakes early, and Sam Schechter comes right across his nose to hold on to the position there.
That was a good job by Kerper, because I think Kerper felt he's not going to be able to hold his line.
Yeah.
And instead of taking 2 cars out, he's like, hey, I've got 12 miles to go in this thing. Let's race a little bit later, because he had the line, but where he had the position, but he was so offline, it would have made that corner really difficult.
Very difficult for him to negotiate that. And, I think also, Edwin, he doesn't want to burn the car down very early. He needs brakes. He needs tires at the end of this race to hold off Sam Schechter. That this is, just the beginning of the battle here, I think.
So Windsor now up to 4. So Windsor now back by Pintar. They've swapped a couple times, and here's the leader. They do have a lap car to deal with. Can you use that to your advantage? Probably not. And then look at that battle. It's just fantastic. And there's Shue, the green and white machine, now right back into the battle.
Yeah, and so Pintar comes down the inside on Chris Windsor, going into the corner, managed to get back around and get ahead, but they are side by side going into turn number 3. Windsor with the inside position going into 3, move him now back up into 4th position. And all the while, we said that Stephen Shu had been falling off that pair. They have been fighting so much over the last 2 laps that Stephen Shu is now back in that conversation for 4th position.
As we talk about Windsor, Pintar, and Shu, it's great news for Theo Pepes because he's been able to get away from those guys a little bit. He's sitting there sort of by himself in 3rd spot. He's got about a second and a half before he gets up there with Kerper. But the good news is he's opened up a 2-second gap back to Windsor. 5 to go.
All right, and with that, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group 5, Big Bore, that's American Sedan, GT 1, 2, and 3, GT3U, GTA, GTX, ITE, ITR, SMX, SPO, STU, T1, T2, T3. Please head to the grid, race group 5, Big Bore racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Pintar now has gotten back by Windsor. Windsor back to 5th, and now there's the battle for the lead again. And you'll see the back of the screen there's Shu back into it, but it's now Pintar, Windsor, and Shu right there on the screen together. That's the battle 4th, 5th, and 6th. You got a battle up there for the lead, a battle 4th, 5th, and 6th, and Pepes is in the catbird seat.
I was going to say that as Scheckter and Kerper now are starting to jockey a little bit for that lead, Theo Pepes is slowly working his way back up to the lead pair. At the rate they're going, I'd give it maybe another 3/4 of a lap, and he'll be within the draft and probably could be in a position to challenge for the lead. Now, we've seen in some of our previous races, Edwin, how when you've got 2 racers side by side battling for position, that trailing car, there aren't many opportunities unless one of the 2 or both of the 2 ahead of you slip up a little bit.
Scheckter still leads. See the field down the front straight now. Scheckter, you see him, he's going to protect to the right a little bit, but now can Kerper make a run to the outside? You see Kerper to the right of your screen. He's on the outside again, just cannot make it stick there on the outside. And then look here, there's
contact.
Windsor, and Pintar may be touched.
That's right. Looks like both Windsor and Pintar might have gotten together under braking, but it was right at the edge of the braking zone there where they were at their slowest, and Pintar makes out for the best. And, they're trailing behind. Stephen Shu is like, maybe I don't want to be a part of this as he drops back now.
Oh, man, look at that. There's Kerper again, just trying to position his car. He just can't stay side by side till the track will turn back his way. Boy, he's giving it his all, though.
Yeah, and now, let's see, he's not quite close enough again. That's one of those positions. If you can get your nose underneath going through the second part of the carousel, turn 6B, it really makes it a challenge to set up here for turn number 8 and head up the hill. But all the while, that's where he is now. Let's see if Kerper maybe goes back to that late braking, tries to go around the outside of Scheckter coming through turn 1 instead of challenging under braking there. And as they come across the line, it is how much? It's about 1/10 of a second, 1300ths of a second at the line. And all the while, that last time by, Theo Pepes actually lost ground to our 2 leaders. All right, so Scheckter to the inside. Pepes once again braking earlier, turning in a little bit later, but he loses about a half a car length. And this time he tries the over-under, but that sets Scheckter up again to the inside, the preferred line going into 3. But now I think Kerper's got the move as he sweeps around the outside, Edwin.
Kerper was able to hang on to the outside that time till they got to the apex, put him to the inside as they crested the hill. He's been trying this for about 4 laps. Now he's got to hang on for a lap and a half as Kerper finally makes the pass for the lead. That has been a great race.
Attention in the paddock. Second call for race group 5. Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 5, Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments.
This one is not over yet. Kerper will come off turn 10, a final lap to go. You see Schechter in second spot. Your timing will adjust as they go by, start, finish here. But it'll be Kerper and then Schechter and down the front straightaway for the final time. And let's see what Schechter can do. Schechter is going to look. You'll see him come in the picture here. Schechter now is to the inside. Can he make it stick, Greg?
He moves to the inside, and then he tries to force Kerper wider to the outside, and that's exactly what he does this time. He comes across the nose of Liam Kerper. Let's see if he can hold off the black car, and he does with Schechter to the inside now with that preferred line, and Kerper not alongside as he was on the prior lap. Sam Schechter is your new leader as our racers are working lap number 15 of 15.
Here comes Kerper now. Kerper looks to the outside. Can he hang on to that point? They get into the corner. Not quite there. Hard racing. This is the final lap. Now he's to the inside, and Pepes watches from third.
That's right, and this is going to be Pepe's opportunity as those two cars are side by side coming through the carousel. He'll be able to make up a lot of ground and be able to continue to accelerate. Kerper, though, not able to hold the position on driver's right as Sam Schechter moves back to the lead across Liam Kerper's nose. They're going to come up on some slower traffic, but it's not going to affect the finish here as they come onto the front straight for the very last time, taking the win. It is Sam Schechter, margin of victory, 0.2 of a second over Liam Kerper. Theo Pepes, who did run his fastest lap of the race on the last lap, he'll finish in third. Chris Windsor comes across the line. He is just off the podium in fourth. Jason Pintar, fifth. Stephen Shu will finish in sixth. Joe Blank, seventh. Jeffrey Valentino will finish in eighth, with Keith Frazier rounding out your top 10.
Tell you what, the battle fourth, fifth, and sixth, Windsor, Pintar, and Shu, that was entertaining.
Oh my gosh, almost every single lap, they found some way to grab our attention, and a wonderful race for them. And Chris Windsor, we've seen him for years in Spec Miata and SSM, and it really is a joy to see him every time he gets behind the wheel of the Spec Racer Ford with practically no practice over the course of a year, and he just drives the wheels off the thing.
Give Schechter credit there. Kerper got by him, and after Kerper tried, Kerper got by. Schechter stayed strong, came right back to take over that top spot. Great racing.
Yeah, amazing. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 5, Big Bore Racers. Please head to the grid. Big Bore Racers, race group 5. This is your final call to the grid. And with that, Edwin, Spencer, myself, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more racing action here from Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Got about 5 people up there. Probably with binoculars. Yeah. Oh, especially with fur cars. I know they got binoculars. Actually, I need this. Where's she trying to get? Up out of the top and then drop the fiberglass. go through, 3 all the way up to 10 quicker than, like, oh, back here again.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Edwin Pardue and Spencer Gaynor here right over our shoulder, making sure that our cameramen stay in stay on their best behavior. We've got our big ground pounders coming up next, Edwin, and we just got word that about 1 minute from now, Tom McLeod, the National Worker of the Year for the grid and pits, he will be our splitter for this race, and they'll be heading off on track here in just a few moments for their 15-minute race. Why don't we run down the starting order?
Boy, you're going to see a variety of cars mixed in a variety of classes. But let's go on the front row. Gianluca Pettetti, he is in a Porsche Cayman GT4. He was your quick qualifier lap of 117.458 next to him. Nicholas Carangellen in car 76. That is the Porsche Cup car as well. And then row number 2, the 14, Marshall Lytle. He's in a BMW M3. And then Ted Warning, car number 72, driver's out of Tompkinsville, Kentucky. He is in a Corvette.
Yeah, and neat to see Petiti and Carangel in the 2 Porsches, one from almost as far north as you can get, Brookleaf, Massachusetts, and then Carangel from Hobie, Florida, all the way up and down the East Coast. All right, let's move on now to gentleman starting in 5th position. Used to race for a long time with us here at Spec Miata. Today he is in the ITE Universally Modified Performance Ford Mustang. It's John Polishuk. Robert Hayshak racing in his SPO Factory 5 Racing Cobra. And he'll start 6th, starting 7th today. Our American Sedan pole sitter driving the number 77 Silent J Racing Dodge Challenger. It's Chris Maiba, with Mike Herbert driving the number 62 Touring 2 BMW M240i from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, starting in 8th.
Let's go to the 5th row. The 61, Alec Maisel out of Spring Grove, Pennsylvania. He's in the Armor Auto Recon Ford Mustang, number 61. And Jonathan Wrights, he too in a Mustang car number 20. He's from Pennsboro, Pennsylvania. Going to row number 6, Ralph Gunderson, car number 3, coming up from Mebane, North Carolina. He's in the BMW 325i. And then the final car on the field, another Mustang out of Lincoln, Delaware. That's Melvin Miller in car 16.
In the Nowhere Racing, and that's no space where, W-E-A-R, racing Ford Mustang out of Delaware. Gotta love it. And some interesting notes here. I think, Ted Warning out of Tompkinsville in a Chevy Corvette this weekend. He's been racing a 3rd-gen Camaro, an American sedan, I think for as long as I can remember, since the early 2000s. So a big change for him this weekend in that silver and black Chevy Corvette. And I think probably one of the most interesting cars out here racing an American sedan. Maiba in that Dodge Challenger, by far and away the heaviest of any of the spec lines in American sedan. And we'll have to see if he can keep those tires and keep those brakes underneath them.
And it's got a really good, 60s Trans Am throwback feel to it. Another thing to watch in this race, in the field, fastest car to slowest car, it's a 32-second a lap difference. So the closing ratios, that's got to be something you got to be aware of. Pace car is on pit road. Greg, take us to the big bore start.
All right, turning things over to Gianluca Petiti in the Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport with Carangelen. Actually, it doesn't look like it's Carangelen. It's Marshall Lytle to his outside in the BMW E36 M3 as the green flag is in the air as we've got the 2 German machines hustling down into turn number 1 with Warning and Polishuk in the American iron right behind him. It is going to be our pole setter Petiti in his Club Sport taking the point, leading Marshall Lytle there into turn number 3. And Lytle in the ITE class, Petiti, your sole racer this weekend in Touring 1 with Ted Warning, our Touring 2 pole sitter in that Ford Mustang, and he is sitting in 4th.
A couple cars did not take the green. So once the they go through timing, we'll let you know who did not. But 2 of the cars I think we intro did take the green, but we'll let you know who that is in just a little bit as they rumble down the hill for the final time. And even up here in the booth with the headsets on, you definitely can close your eyes. You know which cars are on track.
You could feel it. All right. So we think that Karanglin didn't take the green. We'll look to see if he was maybe late to the grid and at the back of the pack, but I don't think so. Also, Mike Herbert in the Touring 2 BMW M240i. It's hard to miss. It's bright red, and I didn't see it out on course. So I think those 2 racers probably the pair that did not make the field. We'll also see, I think Gunderson is out there in the in his ITR BMW. But as they come to the line, it is Petiti with a little bit over a half second on Marshall Lytle. Ted Warning now as the only T2 car in the field, with Herbert not making the race. He's got some breathing room at this point. He's running 3rd overall, with Polishuk running in 4th. Polishuk, our ITE leader, and I believe our only ITR racer here today.
This will give us an idea of kind of track conditions this morning. Gianluca, he qualified at a 117.45. His first lap there, and of course we'll wait till he gets a full running lap, 122, but that'll get us an idea what kind of shape the racetrack is in. Again, it's a nice temperature day, but there's still a lot of sunshine. That track's going to pick up some heat and everything, so we'll see what Petiti does. Again, he was a 117.458. He leads the way now, and this will be his first full flying lap, and we'll be able to give you an idea as he comes by. They should be coming off turn number 10. Here come the leaders now. And let's see what he does. Let's see if he can back up. Like I say, a 117 this morning in his qualifying session. Down the front straightaway, you see him go. There's Petiti there, a 119.035. Marshall Lytle, a 121.098. And again, following up on something Greg said, it is Karanglin and Herbert, the 2 cars that did not take the green. Leaders enter in, and I saw might have been just a little bit of lockup there, but Petiti, a little bit of smoke as he rolled into turn 1. There's a Warning going by in the vet in 3rd spot. He is the Kentucky driver, and the rest of the field rolling through. And there's going back to that green Dodge Challenger. Again, it gives you some nice old school Trans Am Series feel as they go through turn 1.
That stripe right down the side gives you all the feels. All right, real quick, got a quick announcement to make here. Attention in the paddock. Would Brooks Hunt, driver of the number 65 SSM car, please report to the SOM, the stewards of the meet, in the classroom? Please bring your race video with you. Again, Brooks Hunt, driver of the number 65 SSM, please head to the SOM. They are in the first classroom, and please bring your in-car video.
Race carries on. It's still Gianluca Petiti in the 84 car, running lap times in the 119.024 to back up his qualifying of a 117.5 earlier in the day. Field pretty much single file right now. And with these lap times, this 15 laps will be done in a moment as the cars now get strung out. As you see down the front straightaway, let's see who that is just went by. That's Robert Hayshak in the number 9 car in that Cobra. And beautiful car to see on track. So Hayshak currently running 5th overall, the only SPO car in the field. But there he is going through turn number 1. And then there's the Challenger right behind him again. That's Chris Majba out of Michigan in that Dodge Challenger, the Silent J Racing machine. So early stages of our big bore race. Gianluca Petiti continues to lead in car 84.
Yeah, and as we were talking about Chris Majba in the 77 Challenger, he has really started to open up an advantage on the rest of the American sedan field. I was hope against hope, Edwin, that we'd have a really close battle for the win and lead in American sedan, but so far, Majba's opened up almost 10 seconds on the rest of the American sedan field. That being said, good fight going on right now between Melvin Miller and Jonathan Wrights in the battle for the last step on the podium in American sedan. Both driving Ford Mustangs. Jonathan Wrights out of Pennsburg, Pennsylvania. We'll try to track these races. Actually, I think, thank you, Spencer. Spencer's already got them there on track. And Wrights, who's only been racing for 2 years now, said he wants to thank his wife, Fatima, who is home with their newborn, Aiden, who was just born this last November. Thank you, Fatima, for letting Jonathan race. We definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, let Dad get off and do a little racing on Labor Day weekend. They put another lap on the board. Again, looking at lap times, Petiti, yeah, he stands on that 1:19.158 for right now, his quick lap of the race. Next time by 10 to go. Like I said, at those lap speeds, the laps click off rather quickly.
They definitely do. Also, just ahead of this group here, we just saw Alec Maisel in the orange number 61 Ford Mustang, who is running second in class. He has been racing now for 30 years, Edwin, and former IMSA team crew member. He didn't list what team he raced with or crewed for. I'm wondering if he's a current team member or if a former team member. He may have been at VIR last weekend, helping somebody to win. But he currently runs second in American Sedan to Chris Maiba, about 10 seconds in arrears.
Yeah, one interesting thing here, because in our timing and scoring, it'll show you the what region each driver represents. There's probably more regions represented in the big bore class than anything else, because you've got drivers from multiple regions throughout the country.
Yeah, indeed. We talked about Petiti, who came down from Brooklyn, Massachusetts, home from the New England region, NER. Another one of the largest regions here on the East Coast in the Northeast Division of the SCCA, along with the Washington, D.C. region. Caranglin, if he was here to take the grid, would have been racing from the Florida region, which is located South Miami or South Florida, like Miami, Fort Lauderdale, that area as well. You talked about Maiba from Michigan, representing the Detroit region. We got let's see, who else? Ralph Gunderson, who is out in his BMW 325i, comes to us from Mebane, North Carolina, representing the North Carolina region of the SCCA, and Jonathan Wrights, who we just talked about a moment ago. Wrights represents the Philadelphia region.
Nice kind of diversity through the field here, both along the East Coast and some of our Midwest regions around the country. And as you get closer to the runoffs at the end of the year, boy, that's where you see people from everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah. Wonderful to see anybody up in Wisconsin from the U.S. Virgin Islands, like we just saw at our last race. Actually, I'll have to go back and see what region.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, what region does Virgin Islands cover?
I don't know. Actually, that was Steve Rollo, who I know used to live in the area here. He's actually a D.C. region member. Just like I live in North Carolina, and I am still a D.C. region member.
Petiti now has about a 5-second advantage over Lytle in second place. That's overall. But Petiti in the T1 leads class. Lytle ITE leads class there. And then Ted Warning, the 72, runs third overall and leads the way in T2 as we click off another lap.
And we've got Chill Kevin in the chat, who's I find it odd that the person who has Chill in his name is screaming as loud as he can for Chris Maiba with a couple exclamation marks. Good to have you, Chill, Kevin. Thanks for joining us. And I want to thank everybody for joining our broadcast here, not only today, but hopefully all weekend long. We've got 3 great days of racing for you. As we've got, now we are clear at turn 1.
Tell you one thing, for Maiba, he ran a 128.3 in qualifying and came right back and has matched it with a 128.3 in race conditions. So I was interested to see how the qualifying times this morning would look compared to race time this afternoon. There is more heat in the track, but Maiba has done a great job. To be technical, let's see, a 128.339 and a 128.388 in the race. So that's nice consistency for that car you saw going into one right there, the green 77.
All right, we've gotten some words of a couple of our corner stations about Jonathan Wright's Ford Mustang. Good amount of smoke coming out of the rear. That's the number 20 Mustang. We'll get an eye on it when it comes past us the next time. It sounds like it might be some tire rub possibly coming out of the right rear of the car. One of the corner stations thought they smelled oil or some kind of fluid. Well, I guess it would have been smoke coming off of that car as it went through turn one. But, you know, we'll try and check. But that car continues to run for now.
6 laps to go next time by. You see warning there in that 72 machine getting by one of the lap cars there as he's coming up. That's a car that's out of class, so he's getting by that machine. But TD Lytle warning still 1, 2, and 3. I will say Lytle's done a nice job, though, staying. He's only 5 seconds off a T1 ITE car, and so Lytle's done a nice job keeping him within striking range should something happen here later in this race. Both guys down into a 119 for their best laps.
I think that's the 20 machine. Not seeing a lot of smoke off the back of that car, but again, we'll try to keep track. Haven't heard any more reports from any of our corner workers of late.
Well, and sometimes something you get kicked up into the car,
yeah,
it'll burn off in a lap or two, you're fine.
Exactly.
Just keep going until they tell you to come in. You'll be all right.
Exactly. Don't stop until you see the checker or maybe a black flag. Gianluca Patiti, our overall leader in his T1 Cayman GT4S Club Sport. Actually, it's not an RS. It's just a GT4 Club Sport. Just reset his personal best and fastest lap of anyone out here today at a 1:18.561. Now, I was, just for my own edification, Edwin, checking prior track records, because it's a gorgeous day out here. The weather is nice and cool. The track surface probably warm, certainly warming up, but not too hot to get very greasy. And I wanted to get an idea of where Patiti stood amongst for the track record. And the track record was set here actually this spring at the U.S. Majors Tour event by, I think now it's 10-time national champion Andrew Aquilante at a 1:14.995. And so while Patiti is just the class of the field here today, he's about 3.5 seconds off the track record. And I was here and I was calling the races when Andrew set that track record, and I was absolutely stunned at the time because I think he dropped it by about 1.5 seconds.
Wow. Yeah. Well, and it's conditions just right. Now, the other thing is, as a track repave starts to wear a little bit, a lot of times you'll see track records set that first year because you've got all the, it's like you use the good up on a race tire.
Yes.
There's also all the good on the track.
But before you start polishing down the line on the track, absolutely.
But then there's another thing where a track can come in, and as something comes on and you create, some of the aggregate becomes exposed.
Right.
What can happen there, and this is later in the asphalt's life, as the aggregate gets exposed, now it's rough on tires, but you have extra adhesion. So you're going to get, your tire wear is not going to be as good, but in the later stages of a track's evolution after a pave, you can have some fast laps, as we've got a waving yellow down there in 5.
Yep. And we're just out of our view here. We'll try and get the number, and that has now been withdrawn, so that car has continued, and getting the call in from our corner station now. And that was Ralph Gunderson in the black ITR BMW 325i, and he has gotten that car back underway.
Self-cleaning. Yes. We'll take it. 4 laps to go.
There's Gunderson making his way up.
Yeah, Patiti, like I say, Patiti's got that down to a 1:18. What was his fastest? 1:18.561 is his fastest time, and that is getting it done here around this 2-mile circuit. Lytle's dropped a little bit back in second spot. That gap now has grown to 9 seconds for Marshall Lytle in the 14. Ted Warning in the 72 car still sits there in third. But everybody now pretty evenly dispersed around the racetrack. Spencer hunting around looking for some side-by-side racing, but everybody now, like you say, evenly distributed around, and now you just want to finish this off some clean laps to get to the checkered flag. So got another report of a car smoking. In fact, I see you saw it right there into turn number one. Looks like to be under.
Yeah, and that was pardon me, Melvin Miller's number 60 machine. Is we've got a car off at turn 10, and it looks somewhat orange to me, and it is Marshall Lytle. Yeah, and we are going to a full course caution here with 3 laps remaining. Let me do this. Let me make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, race group 6, small bore racers, please head to the grid. Race group 6, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And yeah, indeed, that is Marshall Lytle off at turn 10. And he is now dead stick at the back of the gravel trap. And there we go. We can see him out there. And it looks like there was, as we've talked about tire wall technologies here today, Edwin, it looks like he may have impacted that tire wall, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Marshall was he was running second. He was leading in Class ITE, but had a good solid race, about 9 seconds off Petiti's lead. And you can see from there that there will be some pretty substantial tire repair before we go. This one's probably going to end under caution as there's only 2 to go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they'll get them gathered back up behind the pace car, and this will end with Gianluca Petita will end up being the winner if he just follows the pace car around to the checkered flag.
All right, and we are getting word from our corner workers over at turn 10. Driver is okay. Driver's in good shape. Driver is staying in the car for protection at the moment.
Yes. Unless it's on fire or something, just you're safest to stay there till they can come get you. So,
yep.
But this will be a little bit of a cleanup. You see the EV crew heading out there. They'll get the car removed, and then there's some tire wall work to do before we can go back to our next event coming up, which is we go to small bore.
Yeah, it's going to be small bore, our production-based cars or production category cars, Super Touring Light. We've got I think a very large touring, both a Super Touring Light as well as Touring 4 field here today, and I think an 8-car H production field here this weekend. So you definitely don't want to miss our next race group. Should be some wonderful racing here. Some classic cars, some not as classic cars racing in our next race group as our racers do cross the start-finish line. We are now working lap number 14 of 15, and although, I believe it's going to be behind the safety car, I think we are going to end up going the full distance here, Edwin.
So just be sure you properly fueled the car. You'll be fine.
That's right. Well, and if you didn't properly fuel the car, you probably will still be okay.
Caution's help.
Exactly.
Caution's help.
All right, safety car now bringing the field through turn 10. We've got Petiti, who is your leader. And the order is a little bit mixed up right now as cars were getting lapped, so you're not seeing the exact order there. Is I think we just saw Jonathan Wrights cross the line in his American sedan Mustang, running 8th overall, but it is Petiti, Ted Warning, John Polishuk, your top 3, with Hayshak, Maiba, and Mizell running your top 6 with Melvin Miller, Jonathan Wrights. The 8-car running the top 8, and then I believe Ralph Gunderson will be our last car running at the checkered flag, currently showing in 10th position. But I believe that when he comes around and takes the checker, and the checker will be displayed the next time by, Gunderson should move up to 9th, as he was, I think, 1 lap down from Marshall Lytle at the time of the incident.
Tell you what, where Lytle got in there, he did displace a bunch of tires.
Yeah,
so that'll be, like I say, a little bit of delay before we get to the next race. Right now, they're just working with Lytle, but we did hear he is A-OK, so they're just getting him out of the car. They'll get the car moved, and then the guys can go to work restacking some tires, getting the conveyor belt back across the front, and we'll go back racing in a moment.
All right, as the safety car brings the field through the carousel for the very last time, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. In the paddock, final call for race group 6. Small bore, please head to the grid. Race group number 6, small bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, let's break things down by class here, as we're going to have the safety car bringing the field now underneath the Toyota bridge and towards the front straight in just a moment, as the safety car slows the field down for all the emergency services workers that are working that incident. And it is going to be Gianluca Petiti, your winner here in T1. Let's break it down by class. Petiti, your sole Touring 1 racer today. With in ITE, Marshall Lytle and John Polishuk. And Polishuk will take the win in ITE. Marshall Lytle will finish in second. Ralph Gunderson, our sole racer today in ITR. In Touring 2, Ted Warning takes the win, our sole racer, as Mike Herbert did not take the green. In SPO, Robert Hayshak, your sole racer today in his Factory 5 Racing Cobra. Nick, and now let's move over to American Sedan, where Chris Maiba takes the win over Alec Maisel, margin of victory with the full course caution, 1.8 seconds. Jonathan Wrights will finish in 3rd, and Melvin Miller will finish just off the podium in 4th. All right, so we have some cleanup to do, obviously. Don't be too concerned about that ambulance. That is just a precaution after a car hits the tire wall, as we bring Marshall Lytle back to the paddock, and our emergency services teams can just make sure everything is okay with the driver. But again, he was very quick to allow to give our workers the information that he was doing okay. These cars incredibly safe. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Stay with us.
Bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride? No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Pulled over, and the police officer says, he goes, do you know why I pulled you over?
Still got 3 more groups. And it's 20 after 4. Still be a longer day.
was we completely belted the back side of 10, wrapped it around, and wrapped belting around the front side, just making it one big, long stretch.
Right.
And for the longest time, 10 was basically just like a rubber band.
Yeah.
People would hit 10 and just bounce right off.
War two, I guess. They have IndyCar there. You gotta be able to do better. Yep.
Well, you look at F1. What do? They got the crane.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they got to do barriers as well, but they got a crane and swim over.
Old school families.
That's my approach right there. My dad worked all the time. When he wasn't working, he was out gardening.
Yeah.
Fixing.
I thought Sebring was interesting because I had one with a guy who had never worked in SCCA. You want to go? I'm going to go to the track. This is what I'm going to do. You want to come? Yeah. And he said, well, I like to do flat time. So let me hook you up with the.
The summer I was there. Except they shut down 6 weeks to rebuild the furnaces every year.
pretty much for like NASA, PCA, SCCA HPDs. They either contract their own guys and have them bring their trucks, or they'll contract for one of our guys with a record, and then we just call.
Kind of like rough around the edges of the stuff was not the best quality. Oh, yeah, the automotive.
Get it?
And especially with something like Sebring, it comes down to image. Like, well, you let somebody else from a group work with the Sebring truck, and people see that, and he's doing like a terrible job, and then people go around saying, well, the flat toe guys from Sebring, well, they do this, this, and this, and I don't know why they do that.
That's one of the things that AMC, because they.
Oh wow. He's running a Porsche with the signed like a 3-year deal.
And his parents are on the start.
What's he running for? He's not.
Yeah, he's coaching.
Just coaching. Wow. He got into a spec race, the first time he got into a spec racer, went through the runoff.
The Ford 390. I must think it was a Mustang killer.
Oh, yeah, they were. Well, it didn't have a bulbous fender, did it?
So you the one that had the allergies?
Yeah, clear, nothing yellow.
That's yours, right?
I have some got allergies, don't they?
I mean, BIR?
My little brother has really bad allergies.
Oh, so
Evan has terrible allergies.
Okay, so it's your little brother that I was with. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, BIR?
Yeah.
Oh, he was.
A late model, like sports car, race car. He painted it red, white, and blue, like, remember how the Javelins?
Yeah.
And he raced it.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. Y'all miss us? It's the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Edwin Pardue, with Spencer Gaynor, pushing all the buttons. And Edwin, we've got next up, we had Big Bore, and now we've got Small Bore, basically our production category racers, Super Touring Light. The always exciting. I was talking earlier about these big fields and some of the classes. We've got 4 GT Pintos racing with us here this weekend. I can't wait to see those guys touring 4, but should be another wonderful race. Why don't we run down the starting order, and then we'll fill in a little bit of the color here as we get underway.
Absolutely. So quick qualifier, a lap of 123.525. In the Caterham car number 65, that's Minor Wilcox, and then next to him out of Highland, Maryland, car number 48, the Radial Tire Acura Integra, Paul Marcones. Row number 2 is Ted Cahill, car number 182, the Cahill Racing Mazda. And then Thomas Beverly, car number 4. Car number 4 will start fourth in a Honda Civic.
All right, starting on the outside of row number 3, our touring 4 pole sitter today, Benjamin Bunk, out of Frederick, Maryland, in a Subaru BRZ, sponsored by Thanks Mom for watching the stream. So
thanks, Mom.
There you go. Thanks for getting on our good side, Ben. All right, starting 6th today, driving the touring 4, number 67, Mazda MX-5. It's the Lucas Sport entry of Nate Lucas. Mike Kelly is our H production pole sitter. He's going to start 7th today. He's driving the number 86 European Import Maintenance Volkswagen Golf GTIs from Fayetteville, Pennsylvania, starting 8th today. Driving the number 22 F production Toyota TRD Goodyear Carbotech Toyota Tercel, former GT Light National Champion, now racing that same car in F production. It's Graham Fuller.
Let's go to row number 5, Mooresville, North Carolina, Steve Wickersham, car number 82, the Computer Pros Mazda Miata, and Michael Palazinski, car number 152, out of Dickerson, Maryland, in the BMW. Row number 6, Jack Bana in car number 7, the Pennsylvania drivers in the Woodlawn Garage Volkswagen, and then it's Scott Krestek out of Midlothian, Virginia, the Weekend Warrior BMW starts 12th.
All right, then we got my good buddy Owen Sheffer driving the number 18 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8. That's the RP Performance Mazda Hoosier machine. He is starting in lucky 13th position. Mark Liller was scheduled to start 14th today in the Touring 4 number 127 Hoosier Carbotech Angry Sheep Motorsports Mazda MX-5. He was in that earlier incident. I don't think we're going to see that car. Starting 15th, they're scheduled to start 15th, driving the number 24 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8, the no person left behind outdoors entry of Alex Cumming. And then starting 16th, our pole sitter in GT Pinto, driving the number 11 The Wheel Cork Street Tavern Ford Pinto from Charlestown, West Virginia, Bruce Shelton.
They're not saying boo, they're saying Bruce. Starting 17th, it's my neighbor, Bob Connor, in car number 9, the Stafford, Virginia machine, in the Crosby Crabs Legends, and then Kevin Conlon, Westminster, Maryland, in the Rossini Racing Mazda Miata, car 41. Row 10, Jennifer Romes in the car 186, that's a Scion, and then Bob Cahill, he will start 20th. In the Cahill Racing Mazda Miata.
All right, let's now move on to row number 10. Row number 11, starting in 21st position, driving the number 50 H Production Porsche 924, the 50-plus cars entry of Chuck Allard. Then we got Drew Erie starting 22nd. Drew's driving the number 16 GT Pinto. Then Michael McQueen starts 23rd. Michael's driving the number 27 H Production Olippo Racing MG Midget with John Moyer starting 24th. John is behind the wheel of the number 113 STL Dwarf Racing Mazda Miata.
The universally modified Honda of Alex McBain in the 75 car goes 25th, and Carolyn Breuer, I always get that wrong, sorry.
Bayer Roaring.
Too many B's. Anyway, Blue Crab Racing in the Volkswagen. Then John Fiore in the other Ford Pinto will start next to Michael Hirschberger in a Ford Pinto, the Busch Welding machine.
All right, and then rounding out the field, Hudson Williams in the Swedish Meatball. That's what they call the car. It's a Volvo 262C. He's from Forest Hill, Maryland, and he starts 29th. And rounding out the field today, back behind the wheel of the Madman Motorsports Toyota MR2 from Fairmont, West Virginia, it's Elazar Mann.
I'm sorry, Carolyn, that's always a tongue twister for me.
We always have that problem. All right, field now being led by the safety car, pace car, driven by Graham Taylor. And lights are out, I believe, on the pace car in that beautiful MGA. We talked about National Grid and Pit Worker of the Year, Tom McLeod. That is his car there that is bringing the field up the hill.
What a mix of vehicles in this class.
Yeah.
Multiple classes, but multiple makes, styles, some convertible, open top, production. Yeah, it's a great mix of cars. We'll look for the pace car as he comes up the hill. Should see him. Yep, pace car is on pit road. Greg, take us to the green.
All right, turning things over to a front row of yellow cars. E-Production fastest we've got here this weekend. Minor Wilcox in the CFF Farms Caterham, Paul Marconi from Radial Tire Company in his Acura Integra, and the Caterham gets a great jump as Marconi's really had to have that motor spinning up probably close to 8,000 RPM and just does not get the launch off the line of Wilcox. Ted Cahall's Mazda very close behind, as well as the Honda Civic of Tom Beverly in that green and black Civic hatchback as they come into turn number 2 and sweep it around the outside of Ted Cahall is Thomas Beverly to take the lead, at least momentarily, here in STL, as Cahall now having to concern himself with the BRZ of Brunk and Nate Lucas in that new to him Mazda MX-5.
See them come down the hill. They're pretty much sorted out. They were single file as they came up over the hill, but you're right. The Caterham with a great jump had somebody pushing for the spot there as they got into turn number 1, and we'll pick the field up here. There you go, still in the lead in that car number 65, Minor Wilcox.
All right, and Cahall battling back now as they come through the carousel, able to get alongside of Thomas Beverly after that great start by the Honda Civic. And Mike Kelly continue a great opportunity. Mike Kelly, who picked up the track record in H production here a couple of weeks ago, starting in 7th position in H production. And he's got a nice little buffer back to the next H production car. That was Jack Bana in the orange open top. There he is in his Volkswagen Cabriolet. And yes, actually, the convertible version of the Volkswagen Rabbit that didn't have to chop the top off there, Edwin.
Yeah, you're exactly right with Mike Kelly, because he's got about 5 cars between himself and the next H production car. So good job. Oh, look at that crowd into turn number 1. They seem to have sorted it out. But yeah, Mike in good spot, because the guys chasing him are going to have to come through some traffic.
And so Beverly there having to hold off not only Ted Cahall, who started alongside him at this race, but Nate Lucas, who started in 6th position, had actually come right underneath the Beverly Honda Civic as they were coming into turn 2. As they come down the hill through turn 4, Beverly has managed to work his way clear, but Nate Lucas now moving up into 4th position ahead of Ted Cahall. Tom Beverly has fallen a little bit further back, and whoa, big slide there from Jack Bana in his Volkswagen Cabriolet, and Bana has, I believe, has made it around Mike Kelly there as they came down the hill under braking. So move our H production pole sitter back to 2nd position. Here they come up the hill.
Yeah, it looks like Kelly may have lost that spot. We'll pick the leaders up back down the front straightaway. So let's go Minor, Wilcox, Marcone still in 2nd. Lucas still hanging on to, Beverly now to 3rd. Then it's Lucas, then Ted Cahall. That's your top 5 early in this race. Leaders back into turn number 1. Looks like a battle back there for 4th spot. A little bit of lockup going in or smoke. Stay single file. There's another little lockup going into the corner.
Yeah, indeed. And so Mike Kelly showing first brake lockup in the rear, then brake lockup in the front. Now, when he was here for the U.S. Majors Tour and he took a race win, a spin and win, Edwin. He did it down here at turn 1. He has had continual problems with that Golf with brake lockup at this corner, and seemingly this corner alone.
Yeah, and it just when you've got it sort of unpredictable. Once if you have an issue, you sort of predict what it is. When it's like, oh, it's this, it's that, that can get a little hairy.
Yeah, it was interesting. Look, when you unload the rear of the car and the brakes on a front-wheel drive car like that Golf do very little to begin with. They maybe give at most about 10% of the braking, and when you get heavy on the brakes and all the weight goes to the nose, it's very easy to lock up the rears. That said, when I used to race my Honda SRFx, the way I knew to turn in for turn 5 is when the back axle would lock up on me and it would rotate on his own. As we go on board right now, this is Alex Cumming in the No Person Left Behind Outdoors Mazda RX-8, one of our Touring 4 entries. He's currently running 4th, currently right behind the Legends car of Bob Connor, and looking to make up a little ground, because just ahead of Connor is Owen Sheffer back in the black number 18 Mazda RX-8.
As we were riding with Alex, a swap at the point. Paul Marcone gets by Wilcox, so new overall race leader as the 48 car goes to P1. Boy, it doesn't take much to kick some dust up here.
No.
It's so dry. Every now and then I see something, and it looks like something major, and it's not a big deal. So Wilcox is falling to second. There you go. You see 1, 2, 3. You see that Caterham of Wilcox sitting there in second. There's Paul leading them through the carousel. And now Beverly is right there in the number 4 car. That's the Honda Civic of Beverly, the STL. In fact, leading in STL right now, but Ted Cahall is right behind him. So your top 1st and 2nd in STL are running 3rd, 4th on track.
Yeah, and a little surprising here as we ran down the starting order and we have them out on track here now, Edwin. We talked about Deacon Greenfield this morning, who took the win in ITS in that brand new to him NC Mazda MX-5. We had expected to see Deacon out this afternoon in this race as well, driving his STL Honda CRX. He did not bring that car out for qualifying, did not start this race. I'll try and find out tonight what the story is behind that. And, well, there you go. Sherry Mack, that sneaking Greenfield's aunt, says the number 32, not feeling it today. See you tomorrow. There you go. As Graham Fuller makes a nice move to get around Mike Kelly's Volkswagen Golf, the Toyota Tercel that Graham Fuller is driving now is now an F production car, as GT Light had been folded into the F production class, and big changes there. And I think Graham is planning on taking that car to the runoffs this year. But for the GT Light drivers, Edwin, that have had to convert their cars over, they have had to make a move from the true slicks that they used to be able to run, cantilevered slicks if they were the bias ply or the radial slicks, and they now have to run the DOT approved tires that the production classes have to run. And so it really makes a big change in the handling for them.
Mike Kelly did. He lost that spot to Fuller, so Mike's back to 10th place after starting 7th. And now up front, that little Caterham goes to take a peek. Wilcox now going to tuck back in. You see him? He peeked a little bit to drivers right there. Now tucked back in single file. Marcones leads another lap. Wilcox, Beverly, second and third.
And actually, Aaron Johnson just corrected me on the slick story, but I think one of the major differences, thank you, Aaron, I appreciate it, you're absolutely right, is as far as aero goes, the GT Light cars previously have been allowed to run pretty big wings on the back of the cars. That is, and Aaron's probably going to correct me now if I'm wrong, and Aaron's I think a Honda S2000 F production driver. He's probably going to correct me if I'm wrong. There you go. He says they had to get rid of the wings, and most have removed their front splitters as well. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it.
What's nice with the live chat, because we can get live information as we go. Wilcox made a nice run on Marcones last time down the front straightaway. Took a peek driver's right, but tucked back in. Wasn't quite in that right position to get by. Here come the leaders off that bottom corner, and this is a long run up the hill to turn 10. It's about a 3-car length advantage for Marcones. And then we'll go back. I want to pick up Mike Kelly. He's still running up in that 10th spot. And they got a lap car to work by here on the front straightaway.
Yeah, as they go by, I was about to say Sanford and Son, as they go by
Starsky and
Hutch on the front straight. Wrong 70s TV show. Definitely not Sanford and Son, unless it was unless they were picking up junk on the front straight here. Yeah, Mike Kelly now coming down the front straight, and he now has in H production almost 5.5 seconds to get up to the cabriolet of Jack Bana. Big difference there. Now, one of the fights I wanted to try and track in on, and hopefully Spencer's as good at fighting this stuff. BMW 325 of Michael Palasinski. And then this one will probably be a little bit easier for him to find. It is an E36 BMW of Scott Krasnick, which has the Miller Lite beer livery on it.
I saw that earlier. It looks really great. Yeah. Very old school feel to it.
Yep, indeed. And I'll help them out, and we'll try and track down where they are. They were separated by a couple seconds the last time they came by. But Krasnick's been running that E36 he's been running it in NASA's Spec E36 series. And he says he grew up going to the Jefferson 500 vintage races at Summit Point, and with his father. That's how he and why he got into racing. He is a registered nurse out of Midlothian, Virginia. And Scott's been racing here. He used to put in a lot of time behind the wheel of a Spec Miata here in the D.C. region.
Trying to grab the leaders again as they came through, but the last time that gap had gotten a little bit tighter, and then Beverly, who leads overall in STL, had closed up on Minor Wilcox a little bit in the overall second place, but Beverly in STL, and then Ted Cahall is right behind him, running second in STL, fourth overall. That's a good race within a race, running third and fourth for the overall STL win. That's between the 4 and the 182.
All right. Nice little H production battle going on right now as they come across the start-finish line. This is the battle for third, the last podium position in H production. We've got the blue and white Porsche 924. That's Chuck Allard out of Durwood, Maryland. Michael McQueen in his MG Midget. Now running in fourth position in the number 27 machine, and Alex McBain in the, I think, the newest of the H production cars that we have here today in a Honda Fit, is running in fifth position. And there's that battle for the lead with Paul Marconis, your leader now overall and leading in E production. When they crossed the line to start lap number 9, it was about 0.2 of a second separating them.
Mike Kelly has picked 2 spots back up. He dropped all the way to 10th. He gets by Palazinski, so he now is up to 8th spot, but there's one car, Fuller, is in between himself and Bana, the current H production leader. So he's still got to get by one to get back up there with Bana, but plenty of time to go. What do we have? 7 laps remaining, just past halfway.
That's right, just past halfway, so let's make a call to the grid. In the paddock, first call for race group number 7. That's for our open wheel and prototype racers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 7, open wheel and prototype racers. Please head to the grid.
So just past halfway, let's do an overall top 5. Paul Marconis is the overall leader in the 48. Minor Wilcox is 65 second. Thomas Beverly is third, and he leads in STL over Ted Cahall in the 182. Nathan Lucas, touring 4, is 67 car. He's 5th overall and number 1 in class. Top 5 for you, just past halfway. There's a pack of cars coming down the front straightaway again. A couple out-of-class cars all mixed in there together. So STL, let's go back. H production still led by Bana. He's got a gap now. He's got a couple cars between himself and the second H production car. So Bana looks pretty good right now in car number 7, runs 5th overall, leads in H production. Touring 4, Nathan Lucas, as we go back on board with that number 24 car. That's a great shot. Here you go through the corner. You see he's still chasing the 9. That's Bob Connors. Legends car in front of him. And that's off turn at number 1, headed back towards kind of the paddock area. But he got a great shot of that Legends car in front of him as we go back down to turn number 1. Got somebody off down at 1. Looks like we should stay green as the leaders now come through. Marconis and Wilcox. So we'll see one car off at 1, but he's safely down that access road, so we should be okay. In fact, he's going to try to get himself back on track here with only 5 laps to go next time by. This one coming to a rapid conclusion.
Attention in the paddock. Again, second call for race group number 7, but I've got some very important information for both race group 7 and race group 8. We've just received word from race control that because of the time of the day and how late we're running, both race group 7 and 8, your races will be 12 laps. 12 laps in length. So take that into consideration when you're fueling up your car. You'll probably need a little bit less fuel because your race is going to be 3 laps shorter than was originally anticipated. Again, race group 7 and race group 8, you will have 12 lap races this afternoon.
And battle is on for the lead now As you see, Wilcox is looking to the right. They've got some traffic to deal with. Oh, Marcones has to go to a driver's right to get past that lap car and then locks up into turn one. Look at the traffic. The lap car in front of him locks up as well. Here comes Wilcox trying to make a move. Can't do it. But boy, where you catch traffic in one is just, it can make or break that lap for you.
Yeah, indeed. And, even though those are slower cars behind, that's the battle for third that we've been watching in H production. And none of those three racers were going to give up their positions to let those faster cars through, and they're under no obligation to do so as that happens. And so now as they come down, it is still Allard and McBain with then Michael McQueen just a little bit further behind, but probably the one driver that really got caught out and continues to get caught out is Minor Wilcox in the Lotus. Edwin, as he just doesn't have a way to any really open space to get around those two H production cars.
Yeah, once Paul got by, there was no door open for Wilcox to fall. They look at him now; they're literally 3 wide.
Make it 4. Make it 4 wide now as they came up on the GT Pinto, and Wilcox tried to shove his car down the inside going into turn 10. I guess that's the advantage of having a car that's maybe 3 or 4 inches more narrow than anything else out there. And he managed to get past both of those H production cars and the Pinto going into turn 10.
And remember, those two cars, the 48 and 65, not only racing for overall lead, but that's an in-class battle as well.
Exactly. That's for the E production lead. And whereas they were nose to tail when we started the last lap, they are now separated by over 2.5 seconds. So, disastrous for Minor Wilcox in that fight for the win in E production.
Graham Fuller picks up another spot. He's now still leading class, but he's up to 4th overall on that last lap and picked up a spot. Bana still leads in H production. He's got about a 10. There's a car in between himself and Mike Kelly. It's about a 10-second gap as well. So Kelly there, 2nd spot in H production, chasing Bana with just a few laps to go, but a pretty good gap on the track between those two cars. Should be 2 laps next time by, and it'll be interesting to see now where these lead guys will catch traffic in the next final laps. If there's going to be a change for the lead, probably going to be happening right where you're looking now in 1, and 2 very different race cars running in class together for E production.
Yeah, indeed. All right, big change now in H production as Alex McBain in the number 75 Honda Fit. He has gotten around Chuck Allard, and not sure what happened there, but Allard is almost 3.5 seconds back, almost 20 car lengths going down into turn number 1. So again, big change there as Allard now has to hold off Michael McQueen in the battle for 4th, with Elzar Mann and Carolyn Bayer Boring considerably back from there.
We'll look for 1 to go next time by. The leaders are down at the bottom side of the racetrack, and when Paul Marcones comes back, it'll be 1 to go. Trying to see in those battles, up front, all kind of spread out a little bit. But you say, get a little bit deeper in that H production field, some good racing on these final couple laps. But that's a big swap to go from 3rd in class, and all of a sudden that gap is a 3-second gap. So,
yeah, indeed. And in Touring 4, Nate Lucas, your leader, by almost 30 seconds over Benjamin Bunk, with Owen Scheffer running in 3rd. And in Legends cars, Bob Connor has almost 30 seconds on Michael Collier, as now Paul Marcones comes to the start-finish line. 1 lap remaining here at Summit Point for our small bore production leaders. Jack Bana, in our currently our H production leader, he's got now over 12 seconds on Mike Kelly with Alex McBain, almost a full minute back from Mike Kelly in 3rd. And in SPU, Krastik and Palasinski still in very close quarters. I swear I know we've only got a lap to go. I'm gonna pick them out for you at some point, Spencer, so we can find them. And here they come now on. They're on the front straight. There is Well, we've got the Miller Lite car of Krastic. He just crossed the line. He's got Mike Kelly directly behind him in the H Production Golf. Palasinski about 2 seconds back from there, so about 5 car lengths back at most as they come down into turn number 1. There's Palasinski in the white BMW. The E30 BMW is it's going to be hard on the very last lap here for him to get up to Krastic for the lead in SPU. As our leaders now coming out of turn 10, and Minor Wilcox is pulled right up to the back bumper of Paul Marcone's Integra, and as they come to the line, taking the win in E-Production is Paul Marcone's, and he does it, Edwin, by 55 one-thousandths of a second. Mark, we saw Wilcox just have this amazing run out of 10, pulled out, because you got to imagine that Integra puts a giant hole in the air for a Lotus 7.
Well, and Wilcox had some ground to make up in like the last 2 laps, because just the way the lap traffic worked, it didn't work to his advantage. He had to put the cars 3 wide coming into 9 to clear those guys. And then what happened is that gap up to Marcone's had gotten a little bit bigger, but Wilcox reeled him in and just about got him at the line. As the rest of the field comes by, and we'll give you a recap here in just a little bit.
All right. And big changes in STL as unfortunately didn't get the call. I didn't call this in, but Tom Beverly had some issues with 3 laps remaining. Edwin pulled the car off, and I believe it's over by turn 3. So Ted Cahall takes the win over brother Bob. Kevin Conlon will finish 3rd in STL, all in Mazda Miatas. John Moyer will finish just off the podium in 4th. As we said in SPU, Scott Krastic with the win over Michael Palasinski. Hudson Williams in the Swedish Meatball will come home in 3rd. Graham Fuller, our sole racer in F Production today. In Legends cars, Bob Connor takes the win over Michael Collier. In Touring 4, Nate Lucas goes flag to flag, 20 seconds the margin over Owen Sheffer. Ben Brunk will finish in 3rd. Alex Cumming will finish in 4th. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton takes the win over John Fiore, with Michael Hirschberger finishing in 3rd. Drew Erie, unfortunately, his car only making it 4 laps. And then finally, let's move over to where do we have left? Oh, yes, H Production, where Jack Bana in his Cabriolet takes the win over Mike Kelly. Alex McBain will finish in 3rd. Chuck Allard will finish just off the podium in 4th.
Thank you to Alex Cumming in the 24 car, giving us some great in-car shots there. So thank you for Alex in the 24, Touring 4 driver. Beautiful in-car, and gives you a whole... It's kind of fun watching him follow Bob Connor, the Legends car, for a couple laps there. Thanks for doing that for us, Alex.
All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, this is your final call to the grid. And again, a reminder, this will be a 12-lap race. Both race group 7 and race group 8, 12 laps to the checkered flag. All right, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action just a few moments from Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Labor Day Mars Spectacular. Stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
On the way to my bus stop, one come for a pace lap. Good, that's good.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Edwin Pardue. And Edwin, time to move from the tin tops, from the touring cars to our open wheel racers. This is going to be for our open wheel and prototypes. We have 9 cars to put down times in qualifying. Let's run down the starting order.
Overall, quick qualifier, a lap of 113.971. Driver out of Oakton, Virginia, the 45 is Chuck Moran. He's flanked on that front row by number 142, Jason Fraley, out of Pennsylvania. Row number 2, Jacob King in car number 3 in his open wheel machine, and then Steve Rue out of New Fairfield, Connecticut. Car number 6, he goes 4th.
All right, starting in fifth today, driving his 1973 Lola T340, the Rack Engines Exhibits.net Club Ford of Wayne Nicolette. Mark Walthu will start in sixth position. He's also in a Club Ford today. He drives the number 22 Crossley 35F. That's another Rack Engines machine. And then we've got John Vidovich. He's driving the number 28 Formula F Reynard RF82, the Reardon Solutions machine. And he starts seventh, starting on the outside of row number 4 in eighth position, driving the number 44 Swift DB3 Formula F. It's Dean Carney.
And then Dustin Axelaris in car number 16, the Formula V driver out of Chester, Virginia, rounds out the field.
Yeah, he's driving a Formula V, the Minota and Smith MS1, and for a moment I thought he was sponsored by Minolta Cameras.
Be a nice sponsor.
Yes, absolutely it would. All right, although I think they were bought by Sony a couple years ago. Anyway, lights are out on the pace car. Pardon me, a beautiful Ford GT40 replica. If it's not a replica, I apologize. But I think they'll cover the cost of the entire paddock here this weekend, and maybe then some. But it brings the field up the hill, through and underneath the bridge. Pace car on the pit lane now, turning things over to Chuck Moran in his Crossley 71F Formula Continental out of Oakton, Virginia. And actually, I think he might have taken the outside row, because we've got Jason Fraley's West prototype car, that light blue West, sitting on the inside row. And so Moran decided to take the outside lane. A little unorthodox here, Ed.
We'll see if it pays off into one, and maybe he just tries to get that car on the outside to roll through the corner. Doesn't look like it worked so far, but we still got to get through this corner.
Indeed. All right. So as they come out behind the trees heading into turn 3, there you go. It absolutely worked, as Chuck Moran has a nose up on Jason Fraley as they go through turn 3. Again, we apologize for the cameras. It's getting a little late in the day for our cameramen here. Thank you, Spencer, for keeping them sane as long as you have. Sitting in third position in the battle for Club Ford with Jake King and Wayne Nicolette. They've also got Steve Rue's much newer Formula F chassis, the Wyvern SR1, sitting right in between them as they round through the carousel for the first time. And a nice little puff of smoke there from Mr. Exarlis, his Formula V, something you would expect to see as he makes that upshift from third to fourth gear.
And a reminder, this is now a 12-lap race here.
All right, as they come out of turn 10, Chuck Moran with, I'd say, about 6 car lengths now on Jason Fraley in that West. Jason, interesting, he has only been road racing now for about a year, Edwin, but he has been for quite some time the Susquehanna region driver's rep, and he's also the novice instructor for the Pennsylvania Hill Climb Association. And so you have to ask, Jason, why are you here? Because the Pennsylvania Hill Climb Association and Susquehanna region are on, I think they're normally on the Jefferson. I think they're on the Shenandoah this weekend. So he's a long way, I don't know, a couple thousand feet away from home right now.
There you go. Good rep, Wayne Nicolette and Jacob King. King just took that spot back from Wayne. Wayne had gotten to third. King just wrestled that back from him. So it puts King now up there third overall, and Wayne there fourth.
Yeah, and so at the last MARRS race, Jake had some issues with the motor. Actually, it had extended issues over the course of a number of different race weekends. The engine in his RP24 Royale, and so he was actually loaned a much newer Ray Engineering what is a Formula Ford chassis. Not all that common here in the United States, very common in the UK. And one of the problems that Jake ran into is he was about 3 to 4 inches too tall for that chassis. So he's kind of crammed in, made it work, but they got the engine back together for his Royale, and the Franklinville, New Jersey racer back underway. He is, I'd say part of Club Ford and Formula Ford legacy. Here is his father raced, his father JD raced Club Fords from the 90s all the way up to the 2019, and his older brother Max also had been racing both in Club Fords as well as Spec Racer Ford. Jake's actually the assistant RE now of the South Jersey region of the SCCA.
He and Nicolette having a nice race. They've swapped the lead a couple times. There they go. They've swapped that class lead a couple times. You see them there just going out of the shot, and they've passed each other back and forth 2 or 3 times. And again, that's the battle for 3rd overall, and that's for in class. Set them coming at you right now. No.
Yes.
Was that okay?
I believe that was them. Jake in the red and white machine. Nicolette in the yellow number 2. And as they come onto the front straight, it is Nicolette leading Jake King as they now make the run down towards turn number 1.
And hey, here comes King right back. Here they'll come into our shots. And now King says, thank you, Mr. Nicolette. I'll take the spot back. They've traded that position about 4 times already in this race.
Exactly. Thank you for the tow down the straight, and we'll see. That'll likely change down to turn 6. A little bit further back in the pack, Mark Walthu in his Club Ford. He's about 10 car lengths back behind Nicolette and King, and then John Vidovich and Steve Rue having a great battle for the lead in Formula F. That's for the newer, I guess what we call 3rd gen Formula Ford chassis, much more aerodynamically efficient than the Club Fords that Nicolette and King are racing. We'll see them come through here in just a few moments, but good fight going on. They were separated by about 0.2 at the line when they completed lap number 3.
This time, Jacob King's got a little bit of gap back to his competitor there, and maybe about 3 cars. And there was that the 22 there coming into the shot.
And whoops, I think that other fight just went by us. They'll be coming onto the front straight here in just a moment. There they are, nose to tail coming out. Well, actually, I take that back. That is the FE2 of David Blaine and Dan Carr, who's just gotten around Mark Vidovich. So that is the part of the battle that we were watching, but Vidovich, that last lap, has fallen back off the pace, giving Steve Rue and his Wyvern a little breathing room now.
Chuck Moran leads overall, about a 2-second gap over Fraley in second, and then Jacob King, we've been talking about, he's 3rd overall, but he's 21 seconds behind that second place car. He's not worried about that. He's worried about his mirror full of Wayne Nicolette, as we now have 8 laps remaining in this event. And there they go. That is 3rd and 4th overall.
All right, and the next driver through, that's going to be Steve Rue in his Formula F Wyvern. And I don't know what this is. Seemingly everything I talk about today has some tie into South Africa, whether it's Joel Pence's African Safari, whether it be what we think is probably a super performance GT40 replica. But Steve Rue grew up near Kyalami, the wonderful F1 track that was used for F1. And there have been some rumors that Kyalami, after about 25 years off the schedule, might find its way back to a Formula One schedule here soon enough. Says he met both Jackie Stewart and Ken Tyrrell when he was a kid down there, and so that is a great little story. And he says the Wyvern is his own design, so he's basically built up his own Formula Ford or Formula F chassis here to run, and he is now 6th overall and leading Formula F.
That last time through turn number 1, if King and Nicolette didn't touch, they were just as close. They came out of the corner side by side and then kind of backed off and gave each other some room as you see them go through there. That is a great battle on track, and right now the best on track, and then there's a couple more behind them. So get through this one quick. 5 to go this time by.
Attention in the paddock, race group number 8, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please head to the grid. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, race group 8. Please start heading to the grid for your 12-lap race.
Top 5 overall, Moran in the 45. 4-second gap back to Jason Fraley in the 142. Jacob King, as we mentioned, runs third. Nicolette fourth. And Walthew, the 22 car, fifth. That's how they run overall at the halfway mark.
All right, and we've got a car, John Vidovich in the number 28 Reynard. He is just out of our view here, over by the turn 7 flag stand, so fairly early in the carousel. And apparently that car has, I hate to say expired, but it doesn't appear as though it is going to make it to the end of this race.
And I'm seeing if it's in a safe spot, we can continue to race as 5 to go. There's your second place car, Jason Fraley there going by.
And Fraley just reset fastest lap of the race, turned in a 1:15 flat. Now he is almost 4 seconds back from Chuck Moran, again our sole Prototype 2 racer here this weekend.
1:15, you said 0:07, which is a little quicker than about 0.3 quicker than what he qualified at earlier this morning. So track is fast this afternoon. And it should be cool temperatures, but enough sun so that there's heat in the asphalt.
Yeah, exactly. Giving them a decent amount of grip. And coming down into turn 1 now, that is, I believe that's the 22 of Mark Walthew, who's driving his Crossley 35F out of Enrico, Virginia. And Walthew was our 1994 Formula. This is before there was a Formula F, and it was Formula Ford. And I asked him a couple of weeks ago if it was this same chassis that he won that MARRS championship back then. It is not. He has only had this Crossley for about 3 years now. But said, we had just talked about the driver who grew up near Kyalami watching races, got to meet Jackie Stewart and Ken Tyrrell, and Walthew, who's been racing now for 34 years. He says, Dad got me hooked on racing when he took me to the Glen for the United States Grand Prix back in 1975.
Fraley trying to make it interesting these final couple laps. He's cut that down to under 3 seconds. It was up to 4. I don't know if Chuck Moran had a little traffic to deal with, but Fraley trying to make it interesting here in these final lap or 2. Would it be 3 to go?
3 to go.
Next time by.
Attention in the paddock. Race group number 8, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 8, please head to the grid.
There was King and Nicolette just going out of your shot there. And Fraley now has got it down to 2.4 for this overall lead. Racing, those two guys racing out of class, but racing for overall lead down to 2.4. Next time by 2 to go for Chuck Moran.
All right, here we go. We were talking about Jason Fraley in his West and how we thought he should, maybe be over with the rest of the folks from the Pennsylvania Hill Climb Association. We've got Matty P in the chat. He says, 1, he followed Jason on the drive and crossed over the Shenandoah right behind him. So hopefully Matty is racing over there at the Shenandoah. And he says, fun fact, Jason and I were novices together in the Pennsylvania Hill Climb Association. He won't tell us when, but he just says way back in the day.
Change overall in class. Nicolette gets by King into turn number 1 with 2 to go. So those guys swap back and forth. And now just as soon as they do that, King takes the spot back. That didn't last very long.
No,
Wayne
it did not.
got him into 1, and then I don't know, drove back, did the old switcheroo, and King retakes the position.
And he's opened up now almost 5 car lengths as they come under braking down into turn 5. Now, as we said, one of the big advancements in Formula Ford or Formula F technology obviously has been through the years the much more aerodynamic body shells. And so these older chassis with their exposed rear suspensions, they do open up a pretty big hole in the wind. But Nicolette here with now, when they cross the line, only 1 lap remaining. Actually, no, for them it's still going to be 2 laps remaining. My bad. But for them, you know, it's still a long way. I don't know if Nicolette's going to be able to make up the draft there, as now Chuck Moran and Jason Fraley, who's closing things down on Moran. They're coming through turn 10 now with a lot of traffic directly ahead of them. Here they come. That is Moran, who's now moved down to the inside. Fraley has tried to take as much of a draft off the lead car and now gets by. He is only about 3 car lengths back behind Chuck Moran. Again, not a battle in class, but these two racers have been so closely matched over the course of this entire 11 of 12 laps so far.
Yeah, and at one point, Moran was out by about 4 seconds. Now you see the gap right there, just a little over a half a second in that battle. So nice job, Fraley, reeling him back in late stages of this one. They're on their final lap.
Yeah, and a lot of that, of course, could be how to work through traffic as they come up. You know, so many things about multi-class racing that can affect how things play out over the course of a race and the kind of the rubber band effect because of it. And sometimes you have good luck, as Jake King is going to lead Wayne Nicolette over the line as they now start their 12th and final races. Our leaders are now coming under the bridge and into turn number 10 for the last time. As Chuck Moran has 2 car lengths on Jason Fraley, and as they come to the line, Chuck Moran is your Formula Continental leader, finishes 47 hundredths of a second up on Jason Fraley, who takes the win in P2. We're still waiting to see. They've got a long way to go, Jake King and Wayne Nicolette, for that fight for the win and lead in the first Club Ford race of the weekend.
As they went into turn 3 this last time, Nicolette had closed that gap quite a bit as they went into turn number 3. But those guys have swapped positions probably at least a half dozen times in this 12-lap race.
All right, crossing the line, taking the checkered flag. That is Steve Rue in his Wyvern.
We'll look for those guys here. They should be down at the bottom of the track now, somewhere around carousel area for their final time.
All right, and there is Dustin Exarlis, our sole Formula V racer. And here they come to the line and taking the win in Club Ford. Margin of victory, 33 100ths of a second. It's Jake King with Wayne Nicolette in third. So let's run down these classes here. King and Nicolette with Mark Walthu finishing third in Club Ford. In Formula F, Steve Rue will take the win with Dan Carney finishing second. John Vidovich only completes 5 laps. Of course, Dustin Exarlis, our sole Formula V racer. Chuck Moran with the overall win. He's our sole Formula Continental driver. David Blaine will finish a lap down in his Formula Enterprise 2 car. He's a sole racer in the class. And then finally, Jason Fraley, who finishes second overall, our sole Prototype 2 racer. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our last group of the day, although that grid's starting to fill up. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please head to the grid. Race group 8, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please head to the grid. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with our final race of the day here from Summit Point. Stay with us.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
brand new Tacoma. I did rear brake lines.
That's it. But if they let us leave the fire bottle in the room. No automatic. It has to be 5.
Yeah. Now there's one person that works here part time. Back in '86, she ordered a Fox body.
Welcome back to Summit Point, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg with Edwin Pardue, and heading on to the track now, that beautiful GT40 pace car leading out our bracket racers. And Edwin, of course, bracket racing, a little bit different than the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series racing we've seen all weekend long, where I guess the best analogy we have is, it for those of you who've ever watched drag racing, it's like drag race bracket racing, where in drag racing, you basically give the officials your target time, and if you go faster than that target time, you get disqualified. Here, you don't have to worry about any of that. We're not disqualifying anybody, but essentially, if we slice things up into these like two-second slices or brackets, and if you bump out of the bracket that you've been running in, well, you just get elevated up to the next bracket, and you could find yourself, instead of leading a race, you could find yourself in like third or fourth position and like 80 car lengths back. It's very challenging. What I've done, though, to make things easier for you, for those of you in our YouTube chat, I've pinned to the top of the chat a link so that you can see the bracket racing timing and scoring. You'll be able to see how each and every driver slots into their different brackets. So, Edwin, why don't we do this? Why don't we start off? We'll start running down the starting order. If we miss the first couple corners, not the worst thing in the world, because we're going to see these racers 5 different times over the course of the weekend.
So let's go. The quickest in that is Gianluca Patiti out of Massachusetts. His Porsche Cayman number 84. Christopher Graham is in the 20, and he's in his BMW. Chris Schooler, kart number 39, the Washington, D.C. driver in a BMW. Nick Jones, he's from Annapolis, Maryland, car 178. He's 4th fastest on the grid.
Yeah, and that's an interesting car, that Mitjet, yes, with a Nissan motor in it, but it looks like a Mercedes German touring car, DTM car. Starting 5th today, Steve Martin in his Ford Mustangs out of Silver Spring, Maryland, with Brian McRae in the number 98 Scion FRS. He is going to start 6th. Michael Palasinski, we just saw a couple moments ago in that big bore race. He's from Dickerson, Maryland, in his BMW 325. He's going to start 7th and scheduled to start 8th. I'll have to look to see if he's out here in that bright red BMW M240i, Mike Herbert.
Matt Littleton, 9th quick. He's in the car 07 out of Washington, D.C. in the BMW. And then Daniel Allen, kart number 100, his Toyota out of Fairfield, Pennsylvania. 11th and 12th, Charles Edmondson in the 45 machine in the Nissan, and Blake Osmond, he's in a BMW, 12th fastest.
Can't tell you how much I wanted to say Donnie Osmond. Anyway, starting lucky 13th today, driving her Scion FRS, we've got Jennifer Romes. John Legg driving the number 67 Motorsport Auto Mazda, starting 14th. Starting 5th, scheduled to start 15th. This is like the 3rd time we've said this today. Jeff Liller in the 127 Mazda, and we don't think that car is going to make the grid. Jed Prentice scheduled to start 16th, driving the number 68 Mazda Miata out of Tacoma Park, Maryland.
Zachary Hellender, the 89 car, 17th fastest in his Mazda Miata, and Larry Slavinsky in 18th place in car 181.
And it looks like we just had a car run wide out of turn 5, threw up a lot of dirt in the air, had a local caution there for a moment. We'll get the number on that as soon as it comes across to us. Christian Zanatich in the Charm City Racers Honda Civic. Figured he had to be from around Baltimore. He's actually from Rosedale, Maryland. He starts 21st. Starting 22nd, John Meyer in the number 36 BMW M3. Leanne Gesford in the number 74 RP Performance Mazda Miata, starting 23rd. And Tim Frank in his Nissan 240SX, the half-assed motorsports machine, starting 24th.
And let me jump back and get 19th and 20th starter.
I
skipped him accidentally. The 118, Weekly Sarbone in the Mazda out of Silver Spring. Zach Camp in the 24 Ford Mustang out of Clifton, Virginia. And then your final 3, that is El Rey Rachuba, car number 96 in a Ford Mustang. Matt Phillips in the 162 Honda Civic. and then Frank Alesi in car number 43 in his Honda Prelude. There's your full field, and again, there's a handful of cars not making the start.
That's right, Frank. And Frank goes by Lou or Lewis, and so if Kayla Alesi jumps into the chat, remember it's not her husband, it's her father-in-law. Anyway. Then we've got rounding out the field Ray Rachuba in the number 96 Mustang, Matt Phillips in the car they call the Blue Turd, Edwin, from Joy Killer Racing, starting 26th. And yeah, you just said Frank Alesi in that Honda Prelude. But as they go through here, we did get information on that car that went off at turn 5. That was Zachary Hallander in the number 89 Mazda out of Manassas, Virginia. Again, with bracket racing, it might not affect them too much, depending on whoever else is in his bracket. We'll see as more cars cross the line now to complete the second lap. We'll be able to start putting all these racers into their respective brackets. Again, these brackets separated into 2-second intervals.
I wonder if, this race a little 3 laps shorter than scheduled. I wonder if a shorter race is actually a little bit easier, fewer laps to kind of create your consistency or something. I don't know if there's something you think about in that. Okay, I being consistent for 15, easier 12. I don't know. One of the drivers could probably talk to it.
Yeah, exactly. And as I think about this, especially when you start a race and you might be close enough to the car ahead of you, maybe catch a little bit of a draft to kind of set yourself into that initial bracket, and then maybe if you fall back a little bit, fall out of the draft, maybe a little bit less speed on the front straight might be the advantage so that you don't break out of your bracket. That being said, come on Monday, if I remember to be here, our bracket racers will have 2 10-lap races to basically bracket our afternoon coverage on Monday.
Well played. These brackets, you'll see different numbers of cars in each bracket as this race goes on, but you'll also see those numbers change a little bit. So I'm looking at the bracket B1. They're in the 125 to 126.9, actually 125 to 127 bracket. Well, right now there are 5 cars in there, but what you might see is somebody might jump out and then there's 4, but then somebody else might jump in and then there's 5. So you'll see the number of cars in each bracket that can change throughout these 12 laps.
That's right. Christian Zanetich, huge brake lockup going down into turn 5 in the number 61 Charm City Racers Honda Civic. I think we were talking about this earlier in terms of how the front wheel drive cars handled their braking, and a lot of tire smoke there, but likely not a lot of damage or a lot of flat spotting to that rear tire, as most of the weight was on the opposite corner of the car on the left front versus that right rear that just locked up. But we now are having the 43 machine. That is Louis Alesi in his Honda Prelude. Had some issues with pace this morning in qualifying. Wasn't able to break the 2-minute mark in that Prelude, which is more than 35 seconds off of the normal pace that he sets in that car, and he makes it 2 laps and brings the car down the pit lane. He's going to take it back to the paddock. Hopefully he can get that car running in tip-top order for tomorrow's race. As we look now, our sole racer in the A3 bracket, that's for drivers a minute 19 to a minute 21, and Edwin, this is right the exact same pace that he was running when we saw him a little bit earlier today in Touring 1. Gianluca Patiti with a fast lap of 120.157. In the A4 bracket, that's for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. Chris Graham in the white BMW 328, that's I think an E36 machine. He's got a little bit of an advantage now over that the Midjet, the Mercedes front engine car. We just saw them go through turn 1 there, and Nick Jones had been racing a Chevy Camaro here. Interesting machine that he's brought out. The A5 bracket for a minute 23 to a minute 25. Chris Schooler in his BMW M3, and then the 2 Mustangs of Steve Martin and Ray Rachuba.
So I was just funny you mentioned. I was just going to pick a driver at random, and I went with the 50 Steve Martin. So his qualifying lap was a 123.786. So what we'll see, so right now he's sort of in that bracket that is commensurate to what his qualifying lap was. In fact, right in the middle of it. So he's in that 123 to 125 mark, and he qualified at 123.786. So he's right in the middle of the bracket that's based on his qualifying. And so you'll see people kind of move up through that, but you always kind of want to go back and say, okay, how does that, is he overextending what he's doing, or is he behind a little bit? And we're going to get this one a little bit shorter, one to go next time by.
Yeah, it looks like we're starting to come up on that on what is likely a time limit set by the track. We did just have Tim Frank bring his car down the pit lane. Real quick, I do need to make an announcement, and hopefully all of our drivers here can hear this. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. All racers, we have received word that the fine folks from Appalachian Tire, the Hoosier tire dealers, they will be leaving tomorrow at 10 a.m. So if you do need to get tires from the folks at Hoosier, from Appalachian Tire, please go see them either this evening as quickly as you can or early tomorrow morning. They are scheduled to leave at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Again, Appalachian Tire scheduled to leave us at 10 a.m. tomorrow. All right, so our leaders are working the last lap. Gianluca Petiti in his Porsche Cayman, the Club Sport. We'll try and pick up where he is on course here in just a moment. Then
And
we'll run down the different
Graham
brackets.
just bumped up into that same bracket with him.
He did. So Chris Graham now running in second in the A3 bracket. He's running second overall. He's about 5 seconds back from Petiti. And so Graham, by picking up almost a full second over what he had been running consistently since the start of the race, now finds himself in second place as opposed to leading a bracket. And there's Graham as he comes up the hill. And our leader in the A3 bracket, Gianluca Petiti, he comes out of turn number 10. He's going to be the third car in line here. There he goes, just ahead of the 24 Mustang behind him, and that being Zach Camp, who finishes 15th overall. As the rest of our racers come across the line, we'll try to break these things down by bracket, with Petiti and Graham finishing first and second in the A3 bracket. Nick Jones taking the win in the A4 bracket for drivers at minute 21 to a minute 23, with Ray Rachuba in his Ford Mustang finishing second in the class, but they finished fourth and eighth respectively on track. In the A5 bracket for drivers at minute 23 to a minute 25, Chris Schooler will take the win over Steve Martin, with Brian McRae bumping up to that A5 bracket on the last lap. He will finish third in that bracket. In the B1 bracket for drivers at minute 25 to a minute 27, Michael Palasinski in his BMW takes the win over the Blue Turd, over Matt Phillips. 5 cars on track separated them, however. Daniel Allen, our sole racer in the B2 bracket, for a minute 27 to a minute 29 in his Toyota 86. In the B3 bracket, Matt Littleton takes the win over Chuck Edmondson. Margin of victory there, about 3.8 seconds. In the B4 bracket, Blake Osmond will take the win over Jed Prentice, with Zach Camp, who had just pitted in, finishing in third position. Christian Zanatich finishing in fourth. In the B5 bracket, and this is for all remaining drivers, basically a minute 33 and above, John Legg will take the win over Weech and Sarabon and John Moyer.
Let me mention, looking through this, so who was the closest to that bottom side of the bracket? So if you look at bracket B3, the 07 of Matt Littleton, he breaks out if he goes faster than 129 flat. He ran a 129.0 .067. So that's about as close to that as you get. And that's great because he ended up winning that B3 bracket, but he was a .067 away from going from winning B3 to finishing second.
And being almost 4 seconds back from the winner of that next bracket up, Daniel Allen in the 100 car.
If you study it and look at it and kind of get into the numbers, it can be very, very interesting. It's so different from a regular heads-up race. It requires you to think, look, having the timing and scoring in front of you makes all the difference.
Indeed. And you'd bet that these racers have a way of tracking their lap times in the cars as well. All right, so that's going to wrap up our first day of coverage here from Summit Point, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Spencer, why don't we throw up the schedule, show everybody what we've got coming up tomorrow. And lots of racing on tap tomorrow. Edwin, we talked about the shorter races and what it means for a bracket. I mentioned the 10-lap races on Monday. I forgot that everybody tomorrow morning has got a very short race, 9 laps for each of our 8 race groups. And then, well, they get a little bit longer. They go then 14 laps, so 2 races for each and every one of our 8 groups tomorrow. 16 races on tap for you here. And then, of course, we wrap things up with our feature races on Monday, assuming I don't, head to my hotel room a day early. But Edwin, great first day of racing here.
Yeah, good day. We saw some really nice on-track side-by-side battles. We saw some good racing, good competition. A couple of these run groups are just packed full. A little more downtime than what you want. Sure. We talked at the top of the show about it's a 3-day race weekend, and one of the last things you want to do is take the car home on the trailer day one.
Day one, exactly.
Sadly, there are a couple cars that are probably going to go home on the trailer day one. You hate to see that. But the on-track product, the racing was great. We only expect it to get better as the weekend goes. And the weekend itself, the weather is ideal.
Oh, hey, and I've just received word, and I probably should have noticed that they didn't bring the blue turret out. Matt Phillips was in the white with blue striped Honda Civic coupe. So thanks, everybody, for checking in there. We've got Amanda, who, of course, let us know. Dan Dennehy Rodriguez, my good buddy Dan, checking in as well to let us know. So for Edwin Pardue, Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg. Thank you so much for joining us for day one. We are going to be back tomorrow morning at 8:05 a.m. Nice, bright and early here for your holiday weekend. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Fires, Belmont, Ohio.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items